Chapter 962, Disaster Struck. Chapter 962, Disaster Struck. Proofreader, Papatonks. The servant was glad Sword King Feiyun showed any interest, bowing at once. Sword King, this is called a demon spirit stone, very rare. Unlike spirit stones and sacred stones, it's made of yuan qi that can be absorbed completely without having to transform it like spiritual energy. Great amount of yuan qi is at your fingertips, no longer suffering exhaustion while cultivating. Its benefit is even more apparent at the cusp of advancing, pushing you forth without any impediment. My lord has advanced once more after a pause of 20 years. The high class of imperial capital has also experienced swift growth and improvement. They have only words of praise for this demon spirit stone. That good. Shangguan Feiyun's brow shook, looking from the Black Rock to Bailey Jingwei. Prime Minister, since it's so great, give it a try. Maybe in a few years you might reach the Genesis stage, and become seasoned in politics and in power, ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei rolled his eyes. Sword King Feiyun, since this rock caught your fancy, why don't you try it? Maybe it will soon take you to Patriarch's level, if not higher, beyond the entire world. Shangguan Feiyun chuckled, a shake of his head. He flicked his hand and the stone got thrown back to the servant with disdain. The servant was stunned. He'd been running around the imperial capital's high-class district for days now, and everyone was excited by such an item, even fighting for it. Even those clueless of its use changed tunes the minute they heard his explanation. So why are these three so disparaging of it? Have they seen too much that they already knew of the demon spirit stone? That can't be it. It's obvious from their reaction that it's their first time seeing it. That got the servant even more confused, sighing inside. This is the difference between true men and those in the secular world. They show no desire, even in the face of such a prized item. Truly, men of worth. Go tell Bailey Jingyu not to send any more of these to the imperial capital. Serene Shores Trading never lacked such items. I don't care where they end up, so long as it's not in the central area. Or they'll have to answer to me. Then Bailey Jingwei's tone changed as he shouted. Also, I didn't put him there so he could use the official, military line for his convenience and send gifts all over the place. The next time I find he's using it for something trivial like this, I'll send him packing. The servant was dumbstruck. What is this? Is it wrong of the city lord to use the official line to supply the imperial capital with such important goods? Moreover, even if the Grand Prime Minister doesn't like the gift, he shouldn't just banish it from the central area. This is something that can make many experts fly through the layers. It's nothing but good for the empire. My lord can see it, and so can Serene Shores Trading. It makes no sense for the Prime Minister and two Sword Kings not to understand this simple truth and shun such a great item. How peculiar! Just what are they thinking? Danqing Shen came to enlighten him. Kid, cultivation means going against natural order, a road fraught with suffering and pain. Only through willpower can you cross it and reap the reward. That little bauble you brought in makes it too easy. Anything too good is against the world, against the essence of cultivation. That's why Prime Minister had the foresight to forbid it from becoming mainstream in the empire. We've been training for years and years, learning one crucial fact: haste makes waste. Shangguan Feiyun said, after taking many pills to advance, time's needed to stabilize the new power before one can continue cultivating, or mistakes will be made that affect your future. This thing might be taken by those rash and impatient youths, but to the 9 Sword Kings and some peak Genesis old farts, it's frowned upon. Cultivation in the end is based on you and you alone. That is the only way to reach the top, and not through boost. Using this thing will make things way too easy, making true experts a rarity. It's only going to destroy many people's lives in the end. Prime Minister's far-sightedness is a true rarity. It's amazing how beside we, old guys, knowing its detriment, Prime Minister as well could see it at a glance, ha ha ha. Eyes flashing, Bailey Jingwei sneered. I am no sword king, obsessed with cultivation, but I can still see this truth. Everything is built on hard work, and not by taking the easy way out. Easy come, easy go. The easier it is to make experts using this thing, the faster we're going to lose them. Everything is in balance. The more you're willing to give, the more you'll have to gain from it. Nothing can change this. Sometimes you're greedy, but most times you need to rein it in, especially against something that moves your very soul. The bigger the greed, the harder the fall. Prime Minister is so wise. I am in awe. Dan Qingxin nodded with a smile. The servant was frozen in place. What should have been something that drove people crazy, these men in power saw it as nothing but a disaster. Men of real power see things through different eyes than the rest of us. So the guy looked at the rock in his hand with a new light. His early greed of wanting to skim some for himself was now gone, free of desire and no longer influenced by it. Yes, the world is in balance. The cultivators using the demon spirit stones might go fast, but they'll never reach the top. Taking one step at a time assures me endless potential. They only see what's in front of them, while I keep my eyes towards the future. The guy gave 3 deep bows, looking grateful. Thank you so much, Prime Minister and Sword Kings, for the advice. I'll never forget it. I shall take these demon spirit stones back, and give Prime Minister's word to my lord. Bailey Jingwei nodded and dismissed him. Prime Minister, something happened in the Jing Manor. A sudden shout followed by hasty footsteps was heard as an honored Genesis stage expert ran to bow before the trio in fear. Bailey Jingwei asked, "What is it? What happened in Jing Manor?" "Prime Minister, your manor is in trouble. Please come see, Prime Minister." "Prime Minister, Master Lu is in trouble." "Prime Minister, General Qi has collapsed from heavy wounds." "Report! Report! Report!" Shouts were prevalent for a long time as more and more people hurried over to report their own house's serious problems. They were all nervous and all from important people, close to 30 houses. Bailey Jingwei had a dark look as he knew things were bad. "We'll first check on Jing Manor." "Yes." The group of guards nodded and followed. Dan Qingxin and Shangguan Feiyun were idle right now, so they went as well. Bailey Jingwei and his entourage arrived at a lavish manor, with a dazzling plaque hanging at the front gate, Jing Manor. Bailey Jingwei's face darkened as he rushed inside to see Prince Jing's crying concubines in the main hall. Laying down was a husk of what looked like a human, completely black. On a much careful look, it was like a rock, reflecting the sun's rays off him, yet all the women were around this strange rock, and crying their hearts out, "Where's Prince Jing?" Bailey Jingwei looked around and demanded, wiping her tears. A woman looked at him through tears and gave a shaky bow as she pointed at the black humanoid rock. "Prime Minister, you're finally here. There's Prince Jing." "What?" Bailey Jingwei gasped. "He's Prince Jing? How did he end up like this?" With quivering lips, the woman cried even harder. "We don't know. Prince Jing has been in seclusion for the last 2 days and today came out overjoyed, having finally reached the Genesis stage after being stuck at peak soul harmony stage for so long. But then he began convulsing, letting out a black energy as he turned stiff and ultimately taking this rocky appearance as he died." Chapter 963, March on Goldbough City. Chapter 963, March on Goldbough City. Proofreader, Papatongs. Bailey Jingwei's brow shot up as thoughts raced through his mind. How did this happen? Prince Jing's death is just too odd. Dan Qingxin and Shangguan Feiyun were listening in silence with baffling looks as well. In all their years of doing and seeing killings, there had never been one as weird as this one. This situation was downright bizarre, so much so none could come up with any logical explanation. The servant bearing gifts slipped over, and so the black corpse then looked down at the demon spirit stone in hand with a deep frown. "That's strange. Why is it the same as the demon spirit stone?" "What did you say?" Bailey Jingwei's sharp ears picked his muttering and shot his piercing gaze at him as he demanded, flinching in fright. The servant stammered, "Prime Minister, I mean, the body of Prince Jing is similar to the demon spirit stone City Lord has asked me to gift. Give it here. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone and yanked the stone out of his hand. He went by the corpse's side and compared. It's identical. Prince Jing has turned into a demon spirit stone. SSS. Everyone around him gasped in shock. How does one even turn into something like that? This is absurd. Bailey Jingwei's brow shook, his fists clenched as he pondered. He turned his hard gaze on the women. Prince Jing has been stuck at peak soul harmony stage for 3,000 years. How did he advance? Did he use something like this rock? Yes, it was something similar. The women looked at each other before finally nodding. He only had 120 years left of his lifespan. If Prince Jing couldn't advance in the next century, he would pass away. That's why he's been working hard on cultivating the past decade. It was around 3 days ago that someone had given him something to advance, but I never imagined that. The women burst out crying again. Bailey Jingwei had heard all he needed, setting his fierce eyes on the servant. Tell me, have you been here 3 days ago to give Prince Jing such a stone? Yes. The servant then exclaimed and hesitated. Per City Lord's request, all high class in the imperial capital have been given some. Bailey Jingwei's face was hard as ice, his eyes stony. Then, all those manors from which the guards came to my house to report, have you been to those places as well? That does seem to be it. Then how many more have you gone to? 2/3. Bailey Jingwei gnashed his teeth as he roared. Guard, take this guy and go to every house that hasn't come to report. Take every one of those demon spirit stones and destroy them. The rest of you, come with me to the other manors. Yes, sir. The guards bowed and split in 2 groups, one to collect the black rocks, the other to investigate the reports with Bailey Jingwei. Prince Yu, Master Lu, everyone actually that had been reported were turned into the same kind of weird black rocks as Prince Jing. All of them had been frantic in cultivating with the demon spirit stones these past 3 days. The answer couldn't be more obvious. Shangguan Feiyun mocked every single petrified corpse. Morons, this is what greed gets you. What's worse is, you're all officials of the Empire, yet so gullible to believe in this fantasy. Greed is the root of all evil. You haven't even reached the end of your days, yet have destroyed yourself over it. Ha ha ha. Yeah, these are all important officials of the Empire, some in the court while others in the military. With dozens of empty seats now, it'll be hard to find able replacements. Dan Qingshin's cold eyes watched everyone. This is bound to reap the lives of 1/3 of the Empire's officials. Prime Minister, you're about to be a whole lot busier soon, with no one else to delegate work. Shangguan Feiyun eyed him, and both of them cracked up, not like they gave a damn about these poor gullible souls. Good riddance. They asked for it. The Prime Minister was the one who got the short end of the stick. With no one left to help him out, he was going to have many sleepless nights soon. He'd hardly have the energy to go visit any other sword. King Dan Qingshin enjoyed his misfortune. Now those piercing eyes would no longer be on them. It was getting restless having Bailey Jingwei behind them every step of the way. Only the Prime Minister was about to blow a gasket. 1/3 of the imperial capital's high class just died. It was bound to affect the Empire's stance. The longer this gross lack of manpower remained, the worse the decline. This was a matter of utmost importance that had to have a guilty party. As for who, that was left to who did it. Bailey Jingwei squinted and spat through gnashed teeth. Guards, assemble the entire Imperial Guard and open the official line. We're marching on Goldbough City. Humph, Bailey Jingyu, you waste of a man, you wanted to bribe, is that it? I hope you're happy. Your bribes have brought me down on you like the King of Hell to put you in your place. The 2 sword kings were laughing it up in the background. Meanwhile, back to the City of Gold, the clueless City Lord and Serene Shores Trading were relishing in their sudden immense success. Sir, unlike the official line, the commercial line needs time to be set up. From the central area's hinterlands there are thousands upon thousands of miles before we reach western lands. The amount of sacred stones needed is sizable. Now, after 3 days of work, the array is ready for Sir to use. Please forgive us for the delay. Behind Serene Shores Trading's main manor, sacred stones were glittering like stars in their specific position. Quick look will easily tell there were millions upon millions. In the center of it there were also flashes of lightning and strong gales as a pitch-black tunnel warped the space. Eldest young master wore the same fake smile as always, standing before the portal and bowing to Zhuofan. Around him were many Genesis stage elders, over 100, here to send Zhuofan off. This went to show just how important this client was to Serene Shores Trading. Zhuofan nodded and placed Gu Santong on his back with a smile. Please, you've been looking after me these days and I can't thank you enough. Moreover, this parting won't be forever. We'll be working together for years to come. I will have to trouble you then again. Truly? That's great, my company welcomes you with open arms. Haha. Wu Ran's laughed and bowed while still clueless as before pertaining to who Zhuofan was. He was happy knowing their dealings wouldn't end soon. They didn't really care about his identity anyway. And since he was tight-lipped about it, they had to drop it. They were content with just being his partner in all the deals and gaining so much from them. Merchants were inseparable from profit. They only had eyes on money and more money. Friendship was never part of the package, nor was one's identity a necessity. Sir, how will we keep in touch? I'll contact you. Zhuofan gave a vague smile as he changed topics. How come I don't see the city lord around? These days he has been quite close to this fellow brother. Wu Ran showed his disdain as he whispered, Sir, City Lord only thinks with his lower head and betrays anyone for money. It's best if you don't have high hopes for him. Just as Sir's about to leave, the prettiest flower of southern lands arrived in our city, immortal healer Murong Shui. He of course was happy to welcome her. To show off his power, he also had Father go along. That's the only reason Father would not be seeing Sir off. Southern Lands immortal healer Murong Shui. Zhuofan got curious. I remember now, she's the sister of Murong Lai, the ardent sun sword god, the best in Southern Lands. She sure has a lot of guts to waltz into the central area with how tense the two lands' relations are. Wu Ran's nodded, Sir, the people of the central area cherish their reputation. We aren't about to use the best in Southern Lands' sister to threaten them into submission. Moreover, Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei is an expert in mind games. He had succeeded in pursuing Danqing Shen and Shangguan Feiyun to defect to the central area, the once best in Western Lands and Eastern Lands respectively. He would never lower himself to touch his sister. That would cut off any means of peace talks. This makes the central area the safest place for Murong Shui. No one will be attacking her, not when they're actually protecting her. Sure, there are those lusting after her as well. Chapter 964, Poison Swan. Chapter 964, Poison Swan. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuofan chuckled with a resigned shake of his head. Eldest young master is taking a stab at City Lord Bailey Jingyu? But anyone would want to aim above their status, because everyone wants to have swan meat every day, only to realize in the end they had grown overconfident in their skills. Eldest young master, haven't you wished of being a toad as well? Ha ha ha, please don't joke, sir. My toadeye attempt ended in failure. She is the princess of Southern Lands, and there's no way she'd look at someone from a mere merchant clan. Actually, business is like courting, the process showing results when each side has similar values, while the talks would fail if the balance is tipped. From then on, I not once tried to engage in such businesses. Wu Ran showed a self-deprecating smile. Zhuofan's eyes glinted. So you went after Murong Shui with the intent for business. I can see why you failed. But the defeat that time doesn't seem to have taught you a lesson. Your toad impulses are still there. Just that, if by some chance you get to taste that lovely swan meat, wouldn't you suffer in the end by finding out it's poisoned? What? Wu Ran's was stunned. Zhuofan grinned. You'll know soon enough. In any case, thank you so much. I'll eagerly await our next cooperation. You're most welcome. It's my company's honor to have such dealings with a valued guest such as yourself. I hope the next time we collaborate, we'll become closer. We sure will, although I can't say for sure if we'll meet again. Ha ha ha. With a weird grin, Zhuofan gave him a long look and carried young Sanzi as he went for the commercial line. Eldest young master, till next time, haha, I hope we'll see each other next time, though it might prove difficult. Whoosh! The pitch-black portal swallowed him as he gave one last vague smile to Wu Ran's, leaving him standing there in doubt. What did he mean by that? A frantic elder ran before him. Eldest young master, Miss Murong Shue's carriage is about to arrive. I know your proposal failed last time, but business was still possible. Our branch in the southern lands needs the Murong name to work. I know that. Now that the business with one valued client has been concluded, it's time for the next. Wu Ran sighed and the whole group flew towards the city gate. There was a huge crowd at the gates, with Bailey Jingyu looking prim and proper in the lead and Serene Shores trading chairman Wu Jingtao standing beside him, neither arrogant nor servile rumble. Loud noise grew bigger and bigger as a carriage drawn by 3 third-level spiritual beasts rushed towards the city at breakneck speed. Zhuofan would have definitely flinched at such a view, since it was the same carriage that saved his son Ahehem. Bailey Jingyu coughed as the carriage slowed down. He put on a beaming smile, eager to welcome the new guests with the others close behind. Hu. With a pull on the reins, the carriage slowed to a halt and a 17-year-old girl jumped out looking at the sea of people. Zhuer chuckled and looked back. Young miss, by the looks of it, you've got another pursuer here. Just some commoners, Zhuer. Go right in. Can't, the people are blocking the road. Unless you want to trample them. Zhuer shook her head. Bailey Jingyu rushed over, simpering at Zhuer then saying, Welcome, welcome, immortal healer Murong. I am Bailey Jingyu, the lord of this humble city. I've heard so much about you, that when I learned of your passing through here, I grew so excited that I could barely sleep in hoping to meet you. Now that we finally get to talk, would it be possible to allow me a glimpse of your fair face, my lady? Obscene. Immoral. Swine. Such were the colorful thoughts of the people around him, knowing he was hitting on her for his own greed. Though none had the stomach to voice it, while this guy here didn't give a hoot about the city's state, he was its lord and had some kind of dignity that shouldn't be called into question so easily. Then again, was Murong Shui a nobody? Would she just take his words? Of course. Is Serene Shores trading chairman, Sir Wu, here? Ignoring him completely, a melodic voice came from within the carriage. The lecher instantly got hot and bothered the minute that soothing voice pierced his ears. Wu Jingtao stepped forward and cupped his hands with dignity. Miss still remembers me? I am most honored. How may I be of help? I'll do all I can for Miss Shui. It's nothing much, just that I want to hurry back to northern lands, being travel-worn and wishing to use your company's commercial line. Would it be possible? Of course, no problem at all. I wholeheartedly approve of Miss' request. The one to speak was not Wu Jingtao, but Bailey Jingyu, striking the perfect image of a local thug. If this old man can't lend you the commercial line, I will have the official line at your disposal instead. It should be far more convenient. Zhuer's face twitched when she heard the city lord's outrageous attitude of an upstart. How the hell did he even become a city lord to begin with? He's nothing but a thug. With his type in every city, there's no point of the Four Lands Alliance, not when the Sword Star Empire would eat itself from the inside. Wu Jingtao gave him a look. This fool is like a whiny child that wants attention, so I'll give it to him. Since City Lord said so, I of course allow it. It shall be at Miss' disposal when she wants it, ha ha ha. Giving Wu Jingtao a look, Bailey Jingyu nodded in excitement. The old coot knows when to play along. Then thank you Sir Wu and City Lord. Murong Shui had to pause there for a second. Bailey Jingyu beamed like a sun at noon. It's nothing at all, hee hee. Whoosh. Just then, several people flew down before the carriage. Wu Ran signaled his father that Fan left and bowed to the carriage. Miss Murong, it's been a while. I welcome you to Goldbough City. Young Master Wu, hello, have you been well lately? Thank you, miss, for your thoughts. Wu Ran showed his signature dead smile. The voice from the carriage came after a long pregnant pause. Young Master Wu is still the same. I hope your company will grow even bigger in the southern lands. Thank you, miss, for your thoughts. Wu Ran smiled. Murong Shui shook her head. The eldest young Master Wu still only cares about money, it's the only thing he sees. He has no emotion whatsoever, just like before. Murong Shui felt disappointed, having felt something for him last time. But after finding out his character, disappointment hit. After all these years, this man had not shown a single change, not 1 ounce of growth, becoming such a letdown to her. Bailey Jingyu saw Wu Ran's being all friendly with her, and felt envy. He butted in. Of course, Miss Murong, you've come such a long way to Goldbough City, allow me to present you with a gift. It won't be necessary, thank you, City Lord. Murong Shui shot him down flat. Bailey Jingyu didn't know when to quit pushing it. Miss, you must accept my gift. As the City Lord, I vow to not disappoint, miss. You all know who my young miss is, right? You think just anything will catch her fancy? Zhe mocked. Bailey Jingyu gave a dumb degenerate giggle, opening a box to reveal a black rock. Miss, this is a very rare item that in your lifetime you'd never experienced such. His words got cut off as a black mist was coming out of his pores from his frozen body. Bam. He was then having violent seizures, collapsing and thrashing on the ground with foam at the mouth as black smoke oozed out of his body. In mere moments, his entire body turned pitch black and hardened. It was as if he was becoming the same black rock he was trying to gift, the same rock that had now rolled next to his stiff body. Everyone cried out in panic, with Zhuer shouting, Miss He. Whoosh. A figure in white suddenly appeared, coming out of the carriage and standing before Bailey Jingyu. Chapter 965. Haunting Soul. Chapter 965. Haunting Soul. Proofreader, Papatonks. Skin white as snow, soft brows like a dancing willow, cheeks rosy like a fresh peach, delicate like a blade of grass, and eyes clearer than the purest spring were the only ways such beauty could be described, yet it still failed to do her justice. Murong Shui had come out in the open, stunning every single person with her visage. She lives up to her name as the best beauty in southern lands. The ever-writhing Bailey Jingyu forgot all about his pain, as he looked at this angel that had graced him with her presence. With a gunny look, Murong Shui kept a frosty expression, checking his pulse and sending warm and fuzzy yuan qi in his body. She was better off not knowing, the discovery ending up being the shock of her life as she winced. Just what on earth is this? Young Miss H, how is he? Zhe rushed over, watching as Bailey Jingyu was hardening under her very eyes and taking a dark color. Murong Shui was grave, shaking her head. I don't know, his body is baffling. Something black is eating him from the inside, even my own yuan qi. I don't know what that thing is, but it has to be brutal. Everyone else nodded while scared. They looked at her and wondered how Murong Shui was going to save him. This young miss wasn't just a way too pretty face, also known as an immortal healer, and for good reason. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Zhuer shrieked, getting everyone's attention. The ever-blackening Bailey Jingyu's eyes drunk in Murong Shui's every lovely and intoxicating feature as he strained with all his being to touch her perfect hand. It was like his life depended on it. His lust was plain for all to see. Miss Murong, you truly are perfection. Everyone's faces twitched in unison. A leopard doesn't change its spots after all, especially a deviant like him. Death is just around the corner, yet he still has the time to flirt with girls. Murong Shui grew icy, clenching her fists and gnashing her teeth. The only thing stopping her from lashing out and leaving a deep print on his face was his already wretched state. She had seen her fair share of womanizers who only cared about flirting, but in regards to Bailey Jingyu, She needn't bother with putting him in his place as his outstretched hand for her delectable soft skin stiffened in place. Though the desire in his eyes was never quenched, his body just wouldn't follow along with his wants even as his last vestige of life flew away from him, swallowed by the darkness within. He had become a black rock in the flesh, just like that demon spirit stone nearby. Everyone was stunned by such a development. How could a healthy man, by all accounts, just turn into a rock without rhyme nor reason? Moreover, his death was so queer that had everyone around feel a chill down their spine. Miss Murong, what just happened? Wu Jiangtao bowed to her and asked. Murong Shui shook her head with doubt. I don't know either. In all my years as healer, I've seen my fair share of odd illnesses, but never one as strange as this. It has similarities with poison, from such a violent reaction, but it really isn't. It's more similar to a demonic cultivator's curse or demonic parasite, but even that isn't entirely true. I just can't explain it. Whoosh! Hundreds of men suddenly showed up from the heart of the city in an unending stream. The man in front elicited endless gasps of shock from the crowd around. Prime Minister, what has brought Sir all the way to Goldbough City? Where is that rotten bastard, Bailey Jingyu? I've used the official line to go thousands of miles all the way over here, only to hear he's out welcoming guests. Humph, now where is he? I have a score to settle with him. Bailey Jingwei was livid, disregarding anyone around him. As if on cue, all eyes fell on the weirdly shaped black rock on the ground. Bailey Jingwei followed their gaze and knew immediately what happened as he jeered. This useless bastard got what he deserved to die the same way. You got lucky you got off so easily, or I would have made sure you'd leave squealing. Prime Minister, can I assume from your words that you know what's happening? Oblivious of the crime Serene Shores Trading had committed, in Bailey Jingwei's eyes, Wu Jiangtao had the poor inspiration of putting himself up for a lashing as he bowed and scraped. We just witnessed the city lord die out of the blue. Can it be that something is going on? Bailey Jingwei cocked an eyebrow and mocked. Old Wu, you dare show yourself to me? Your company actually have no idea why he died? Prime Minister, what do you mean? Wu Jiangtao jerked in fright. He felt like the usual Bailey Jingwei who cherished talent and was nice to them was no longer around. He looked royally pissed, and it was their fault. They, however, were oblivious as to what wrong they might have committed to earn Bailey Jingwei's ire to such a degree as to make him lose his temper. Looking at his dumb look, Bailey Jingwei knew he was talking to a wall, so he sneered. Old Wu, you don't know what fine work Serene Shores Trading has done? I came here to ask you where those demon spirit stones came from. You better have a good explanation. Demon spirit stones. Wu Jiangtao and Wu Ran shuddered, then gasped. Prime Minister, why you mean that the demon spirit stone? Humph. Bailey Jingwei flicked his wrist and huffed. I don't know from where you unearthed those rocks, but you went as far as working with that degenerate Bailey Jingyu to spread it to the officials in the imperial capital. You know how that turned out? In just 3 days, a third of princes and generals that used your special rock have turned black and stiff. They died without even knowing why. The death of the Empire's foundation shook the entire nation. Who do you think is to blame for such a tragedy? Just where the hell did you get it from? Everyone from the Serene Shores Trading gasped. Then they looked at the demon spirit stone on the ground with dread. This tiny little thing ruined close to half of the Empire's officials. This is a disaster. The Wu clan was done for. Serene Shores Trading had been in the business for thousands of years, only to be cut down in one day. Wu Jiangtao was ashen and shook like a leaf. He staggered and blood spilled from his mouth, looking to be taken by despair. Prime Minister, our company has sold the demon spirit stone, but it wasn't us who made it. It came from a client. We don't know either how. Wu Ran's rushed to bow and plead, feeling unease as well. Bailey Jingwei mocked. A client who? Tell me his name, his background, his credentials, everything. Well, Wu Ran's face fell. Prime Minister, you know our business model as well. We never ask our clients anything unless they wish to share it willingly. All we know about him is that he wanted to go to Western lands and just used the commercial line while taking an unconscious kid with him. What a child! The rage Bailey Jingwei had so far turned into complete disbelief. What kind of child? How old? How did both of them look? Wu Rans bowed at once and replied, Prime Minister, the child looked to be an 8-year-old, quite adorable. Only he seemed to have suffered heavy wounds, always unconscious. As for the sir, he was thin, but very shrewd and good at negotiations. No matter how hard I tried, not once did I manage to get any info out of him. Impossible. He didn't die? How is this? Bailey Jingwei shuddered and said in disbelief. He should have been pulverized from Dragon-Cleaving Sword King, so how is he still among us? Young miss, doesn't that sound like that Gu Yifan we just saved? Zhuer, quiet. This isn't our problem. Zhuer couldn't help herself from whispering to Murong Shui when she heard them talking, but the miss warned her. Bailey Jingwei's ears, however, were just too sharp and gasped. You met them? He's called Gu Yifan? When? 3 days ago we rescued a child and a man from snow. The older one called himself Gu Yifan. Seeing Bailey Jingwei staring hard, Murong Shui spoke of their encounter. Bailey Jingwei grimaced, his eyes shocked to the core. Gu Yifan, you're like a haunting soul. Chapter 966, Clan Ruination. Chapter 966, Clan Ruination. Proofreader, Papatongs. What, Prime Minister knows him? Wu Rans only now saw Bailey Jingwei so baffled and cried out. Bailey Jingwei squinted and gnashed his teeth. Not only no, but he even humiliated me. I thought I got rid of him for good, but now everything's clear. Gu Yifan, this was just another one of your twisted schemes to destroy the Sword Star Empire. Well, the joke's on you. As long as I'm around, you'll never succeed. Humph, so what if a third of officials are dead? I just need a bit of time and everything will be patched up. So what if you stole the soaring sword? The Patriarch is out of seclusion and the 9 Sword Kings have gathered. The sword will soon be returned. A puny and lone radiant stage punk has nothing on me, Gu Yifan. Everyone heard Bailey Jingwei's declaration and now knew the truth. He not only knows him, but they're mortal enemies. But who could be able to get their brilliant Prime Minister so crazed over one guy? He must be something to fight Bailey Jingwei on equal footing. Murong Shui gasped, young miss, who knew the ones we saved would turn up to be so important? He even has the renowned Bailey Jingwei worried. Not just worried but threatened. Murong Shui sighed. Brother once said Bailey Jingwei is the unsung Sword King, just as good. But to see him so furious over one person and losing himself over it, one can see that Gu Yifan is more than he seems. Zhuer giggled. Does that mean we saved the right guy 3 days ago? The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Saving Bailey Jingwei's mortal enemy will make this wise Prime Minister lose his focus and will make our grand plan of making the Four-Land Alliance fruitful. Once we get back, remember to mention it to Clan Head and get something for it, hi. You think it's some feat? If I had to do it again, I would have never saved him. Murong Shui lamented. Zhuer flinched. Young miss, don't you always say that saving a life is better than any honor? Why? Yes, every life is precious, but saving a demon will plunge the world into chaos. Murong Shui sighed and glanced at Bailey Jingyu's black corpse with pain. He's so malicious and enigmatic. Who knows how many other cruel things he might do. And all of this is my fault. I can only hope evil hasn't consumed him, that he will return to the right path and do good with his life. Glancing at Murong Shui then at the black corpse, Zhuer fussed. But that's our enemy lying dead there. No matter who it is, all life is precious. None deserve such a cruel ending. It's against all I stand for. No matter what, evil is evil and demonic is demonic. It doesn't matter where he stands, he will never be on our side. Murong Shui shook her head, reaffirming her staunch belief she held within herself. Zhuer nodded. Oh, got it. The next time we see him, I'll get rid of this demon for you, young miss. Murong Shui chuckled and shook her head. Just from how serious Bailey Jingwei is treating this radiant stage cultivator, you can see how problematic he is. Yet a girl thinks she can best him? Save yourself the humiliation by keeping your bragging to yourself. Prime Minister Bailey, since you know who he is, I ask that you seize him at once. My company, spread throughout the lands, will do everything to help. Seeing the deep loathing in Bailey Jingwei, Wu Rans bowed and declared Bailey Jingwei was not about to let this disaster they caused slide with just that. Bailey Jingwei wore a cruel smile and said, Eldest young Master Wu, I'm an official, not a merchant, so don't try to haggle with me. Help me? Just how much power do you think your Serene Shores trading has in the world? Don't you fear those leading still? Also, I couldn't get him in the central area, yet you think you can do it in any other area? And speaking of, why the hell would I trust the same person that helped him escape using the commercial line? Prime Minister, you have to believe me, my company will. Enough, Rans. Wu Jiangtao shouted at him to stop his desperate attempt at getting out of it scot-free. Wu Jiangtao's eyes shone and spoke through gnashed teeth. Rans, don't waste your breath. Prime Minister spoke clearly. He's an official and not a merchant. He doesn't bargain, but goes as after settling this matter. With Gu Yifan's whereabouts unknown and the empire losing close to half of its high class, shaking the world, someone must take the blame. I believe Prime Minister wants our company and Bailey Jingyu to be the fall guys. Ha ha ha, old Wu, you haven't lost your touch to see the obvious. Bailey Jingwei slowly clapped. I don't care how involved you are in this, whether intentional or not, but since you're in this from the start and it has turned out to be quite the mess, you're liable to pay the price. It's the only way I can present His Majesty and Patriarch with an explanation. This is my accomplishment as a politician, always finding the perfect answer, while ignoring the right and wrong. Wu Jiangtao's face shook and took a deep breath. Then, Prime Minister Bailey, how big do you think it has become? Can my life bear it? Don't you think one meager life for half of the Empire's officials is a little thin? Bailey Jingwei fixed his cold stare on the old man. Old Wu, the Empire thanks you for all the work you have done these millennia in connecting the Five Lands. Too bad this grave matter made Serene Shores trading no longer needed in the central area. Wu Jiangtao shuddered at the heavy news. Closing his eyes, the other merchants glared at Bailey Jingwei with clenched fists behind Bailey Jingwei. All those Genesis experts released their mighty aura. Filled with bloodthirst, Wu Ran started begging for mercy. Prime Minister Bailey, we can talk about this. Rans! Wu Jiangtao's shout echoed, giving his intelligent son a warm smile. Rans, I always told you business and politics don't mix. But I never finished it. Wealth can only get you so far, that one's use has an end, and that everyone's expendable. Business grows with the high class and falls with it. Prime Minister has taken such a clear-cut stance with us because he believes we have outlived our usefulness. In other words, Prime Minister's plan to dominate the Five Lands has begun. Our company, connecting them, is no longer deemed important. Bailey Jingwei showed a vile smirk. Old Wu, I never knew you had such foresight for a businessman. Yes, with Patriarch coming out of seclusion and the 9 Sword Kings gathering, fighting the other 4 lands won't be an issue. Once the world is under one banner, there won't be any need for middlemen. While this matter had been the fuse, it was only a matter of time before Serene Shores trading would be cut off. Prime Minister Bailey, you're a fearsome politician. Everyone says that merchant can't part with their wealth, but politicians? Shameless and unscrupulous, never deserving of any friendship. Wu Jiangtao smiled and sighed. However, Prime Minister, I don't think it'll be that easy for you to remove my company, ha ha ha. Rans, I always say your brother is impulsive, but now it's my turn to be so. Guards, our company will fight them to the death. Even if we all die, we'll take them down with us. Yes, sir. The men bowed and unleashed their power as they charged. Bailey Jingwei had a cold smirk as he flicked his hand, letting the Genesis guards behind him attack. I knew you were a tough nut to crack, old man. Why do you think I got the Imperial Guard to come? Ha ha ha. Bang. Aya! The sky rumbled under the loud explosions and shouts as the experts from both sides drew blood from each other, all for the purpose of killing the other. Serene Shores Trading had plenty of strong guards, but could they match the Imperial Guard? Casualties soon mounted to a high degree as howls echoed. Wu Ran's panicked. Father, we won't last much longer. Let's retreat. And where should we run to? There's no place to go. Wu Jiangtao sighed and shook his head in despair. Chapter 967. Lone Survivor. Chapter 967. Lone Survivor. Proofreader, Papatonks. I twitching. Wu Rans looked at his father. What is the point of fighting Bailey Jingwei to the death? We're only dying sooner. Father, this isn't like you. Yes, not me at all, but like your brother. Wu Jiangtao smiled. Despite lashing out and cursing your brother, I never hated him for who he is. I even felt reluctant to change him. Wu Ran shook and looked at his father in shock with a casual chuckle. Wu Jiangtao sighed. All of us have been impulsive in our youths, but after seeing too much along the years, we smoothened our rough edges and turned to guile. The world matured me to be able to stand, and I changed you so there would be no problems appearing. But I like how your brother always tries to mess things up. He reminds me of myself back in the day. Since our new way is unable to keep us alive, let us be true to our natures, that reckless youth. This way we get to buy Randong sometime. Buy time. We're businessmen to the bone, and Bailey Jingwei will never let us go. Unlike us, Randong might survive given his rash temper, since Bailey Jingwei might ignore someone like him. Taking a deep breath then exhaling, Wu Jiangtao closed his eyes. I always dreamed in my youth of having two sons, one outstanding to take on my business, and one ferocious that is to be ignored, for the harsh day that spelled doomed for the clan, and he would be alive to carry it on. Bugs are good at staying alive, not because he's tough, but because no one's looking at him. Let Randong have a fulfilling life in our stead. This is what his father and brother should do for him. It's not like we can run away from this anyway. Wu Rans felt a shock pass through him and sighed in the end. Yeah, I never did anything for him. Now, at least, I can help him survive. I hope he'll live past today. Wu Jiangtao gave a deep nod at this moment. Father and son no longer worked for money, their eyes turning warm. Despite watching the corpses and blood soaking the ground of their clansmen, it was because they had no fear and felt calmer than ever, having found a reason to fight. Murong Shui sighed. Why are people so oblivious? Why do they only value life when it's about to slip away from them? In the Serene Shores Trading Manor's basement, one lonely man sat on a chair surrounded by many barriers with hazy eyes. That's strange. Just what did he mean? Wu Randong was still contemplating Bam. The huge sound roused him from his thoughts, seeing an old man smashing into the room, all bloody. Wu Randong gasped. Elder Yu, what? Second young master, don't ask and just run. The elder made a sign and the barriers opened. He grabbed his hand and ran. Wu Randong was becoming anxious. Elder Yu, what on earth is happening? Second young master, Bailey Jingwei has come with his men to destroy us. The Wu clan is being killed off as we speak. How could it have come to this? It's all that demon spirit stone's fault. I fear the chairman and eldest young master are now. The elder's voice trailed with dejection. Wu Randong was overwhelmed, his heart consumed by the devil's words. Better not regret it later. It's him who ruined us. Wu Randong's gaze narrowed and stiffened, carried on only by Elder Yu as he fled. Bam. The wall broke just then as the two reached the outside, but what they saw was hell. Wails of agony and streaks of blood tore the sky as thousands of people were in bitter struggle with one another. Lives were reaped at every second. Slumping in the blood of this hellscape, Wu Randong stood frozen in place. Elder Yu shouted at him to wake up and pointed at the commercial line still activated since they opened it for Zhuofan. Second young master, use the teleportation array and leave. I'll cut it off once you're through. Elder Yu, I won't go. I can't abandon father and brother, or you. I can't go on alone. Second young master, this is no time to be stubborn. I'll clear a path for you. Elder Yu gnashed his teeth and grabbed Wu Randong while flying for the teleportation array. He met two Genesis stage experts midway, risking his own life to force them back, but also suffering greatly for it regardless of his own life. He took Wu Randong to the teleportation array and made the sign special to the Wu clan. With a hum and thunderclaps, the center of the array sported a black portal with a hazy image inside. Elder Yu shoved Wu Randong towards it. Second young master, go. No, Elder Yu. We'll all go. Wu Randong grabbed his hand and wouldn't let go, giving a wide smile. The elder nodded in contentment, but then many figures arrived. Look, someone's activated the commercial line to flee. Stop them. Rotten old man, who the hell is that kid? You won't get away that easily. By order of the Prime Minister, leave none alive. There will be no survivors. The shouts carried thick bloodlust as they charged over. Elder Yu hardened and used Yuan Qi to send Wu Randong flying into the portal. Elder Yu. Wu Randong howled as the elder grew smaller and said with a fond smile, Second young master, you're not as able as eldest young master, but we oldies always liked your character. It's like looking at our younger selves. Also, the chairman never hated you. Please don't hold it against him. You are the last hope of the Wu clan and must live on. Stop them, they're escaping. The incoming men rushed faster and Elder Yu's warm smile fell as blood leaked from his lips, laughing, ha ha ha, you'll never catch my young master. With ripples coming off his body, the men realized with shock what was happening. He's gonna blow. Boom. Elder Yu already began to explode before they could react, sending a wave of dust all around. The pursuers ended up coughing blood and flung back. By the time they got their feet under them and the dust settled, the commercial line had been broken. They had no way of following now. The fighting at the city gates was drawing to a bloody close as well. Wu clan's fighters were down to their last men, with most dead and the rest captured. As for the father and son, they easily fell into Bailey Jingwei's hands clapping. Bailey Jingwei gave the men a look and they all flew to the official line. To get back to the imperial capital, Bailey Jingwei walked to the cold spectator of this onslaught, Murong Shui, and smiled. Greetings, miss. I've been so caught up with business that I forgot my manners. I offer my sincere apologies. It's fine. I was just witnessing Prime Minister Bailey's handiwork, and I must say you live up to your name. Murong Shui spoke flatly. Bailey Jingwei beamed and shook his head. Ha ha ha, there's no need for sarcasm, miss. I'm sure miss overheard my decision. The day the Empire rules the lands is nigh. Miss should consider your brother and advise him to renounce any pointless resistance. I never interfered in my brother's matters. Prime Minister, please have a word with him when you can spare the time. Murong Shui smiled. Bailey Jingwei paused and shook his head. It was clear from what transpired that a third of the imperial capital's official were now kissing the dust. Did he had the time to entertain Murong Lai? Murong Shui's words were no different than a rejection. He wasn't the least bit angry though, since he was used to these grand experts' behaviors. Patience was a must when trying to win them over. Miss Murong, what might be the purpose of your visit to Goldbough City? Is there anything I could assist you with? Ha ha ha, I wanted to make use of Serene Shores Trading's commercial line to get back to southern lands, but with Prime Minister sparing none of their men, I'm afraid I will have to walk there. That's out of the question. Such a small matter shouldn't be enough to trouble the merchants. I shall offer the official line for miss instead. Bailey Jingwei waved dismissively. Murong Shui raised a dainty eyebrow and wore sneer. That wouldn't do, Prime Minister Bailey, to mix personal and official matters. Helping Miss is purely official. If your brother would appreciate the gesture and have a chat with me, it'll be even more selfless. Bailey Jingwei spoke with a straight back. Murong Shue smiled. I wonder what Prime Minister is so eager to share with my brother, of being expendable and how life has no value. Miss, after you. Bailey Jingwei's face twitched, being jabbed with his own words. His face fell and his expression hardened. Murong Shue ignored him as she entered the carriage, and Zhe drove it out of the city. Chapter 968. Demon Spirit Stone's Origin. Chapter 968. Demon Spirit Stone's Origin. Proofreader, Papatonks. Elder Yu. In the wake of thunderclap and violent winds, Wu Randong drifted further and further into the portal. His vision brightened at some point and passed through a bright exit as he stepped on grassland. Looking back, the bright light got cut off and the portal vanished. Wu Randong panicked and shouted, wanting to go save them, but he had no way of going back now. He could only shout himself hoarse at his weakness, heart filled with hatred and sorrow. Thump. Steps approached and a thin man stopped 10 meters behind him, carrying on his back a sleeping child. Second young master, who knew we'd meet again so soon? Well met, ha ha ha. Wu Randong shook all over at the familiar and equally terrifying voice. He turned a stiff head to see the same sharp eyes, and fury lashed out from his burning eyes. His desire for this man's blood was plain to see, his knuckles cracking as he made his fists. Second young master, have you been well the past 3 days? Zhuofan, still carrying Gu Santong on his back, ignored the warranted killer vibes coming off Wu Randong, showing his bright and cruel grin with ample meaning. Wu Randong's face twitched and wheezed, gnashing his teeth in hatred. You ruined my family. You had them all killed. Are you sure? Zhuofan's smile never faltered, still as infuriating as ever. Wu Randong shook with hatred. Elder, you told me while he helped me flee that it's because of your damn stones that Bailey Jingwei came to destroy our company. Father and brother's fates are unknown, all because of you, bastard. You owe me thousands of lives. Wu Randong stomped and shot for Zhuofan with brutal hatred, wanting nothing more than to kill him and end his pain. Zhuofan wasn't one to follow anyone's wishes, merely sidestepping at the last second and whacking him with his Qilin arm so hard the tough young man was in a 10-meter big crater. Wu Randong bled from the mouth, not even budging in his newfound hole, not like he could from the immense pressure he felt on his spine as a scarlet arm simply held him there, giving the struggling and defeated guy a cold look. Zhuofan mocked. Second young master, you can't beat me, so save your energy. And isn't this what you always wanted? Do you regret it maybe? Cut the crap, when did I ever say I wanted the company? Wu Randong howled in fury, but then he stopped. Frozen stiff, he began to recall something that had him spooked. Zhuofan grinned and took back his arm, standing and saying, remember now? 3 days ago, at the tavern you said you wanted it destroyed. Shouldn't you be having a victory dance right about now? Ha ha ha. It was only in anger that I said it. How could I want for? Wu Randong winced as he looked at Zhuofan in regret. There was no way for him to know that this man would take his words seriously and that he had the power to follow through. In 3 days, the company became the Empire's target and burned to the ground. Who is he? The devil? Heart overcome with dread, Wu Randong regarded Zhuofan in fear. Zhuofan read him like a book and jeered. Youngster, think before you speak. In anger, you say? I took them at face value. You said you wanted it ruined, and so I made your wish come true. I also told you not to regret it, but now, ha ha ha. No, I regret it. Sir, I know you're a great man and can save the company along with my father and brother. You have to. I beg of you, save them. Zhuofan's gaze left Wu Randong unable to read his intention and grew more nervous as he begged. Zhuofan shook his head. Second young master, you can escape every hardship the world throws at you, but never from your own sins. It would have been easy to stop it if I was the sole reason for your company's plight. But since I have nothing to do with it, being the company's sin, I have no solution. Our sin. Yes, sin. Juefan gave a vague smile as he explained, Second young master, haven't you always despised your company's style? Allow me to open your eyes to the cruel truth you'll most certainly hate. 3 years ago, your friend and his sister were sent to Bailey Jingyu by your father and brother. It wasn't that degenerate suddenly taking a fancy of her. What? Wu Randong cried out in denial. No way! You're lying. Juefan smiled. I have no reason to lie to you. This is something I managed to squeeze out of Bailey Jingyu in the last 3 days. Your dad and brother's lips are sealed, but that dead weight just loves to prattle. And your dad did it not to win the fool's favor, but to have leverage over him. The company grew so much because they showed weakness through accommodation, while hiding their strength underneath, doing anything to further their goals. Impossible, those were our guards. Dad would never. Wu Randong was still in denial, refusing to hear a word Juefan said, who continued regardless. Businessmen value money over friendship. To them, everything is weighed. Throwing away 2 servants for complete control over the city lord was a bargain for them. Think back on that event. How did Bailey Jingyu act around your company before and after? Humph, I only needed to use your commercial line for a bit, which hardly warranted the approval of that dead weight. As a result, your father still wanted to gang up with the lord so he'd milk me for all he could. Simply blinded by greed. Wu Randong shuddered, but then those events played back in his mind. Yes, Bailey Jingyu was very cocky before then. After that. Then what about that stone? Didn't you give it to us? Whoosh. A black cover spread and everything turned dark. Wu Randong cried in fright, Domain Soul Harmony. Yes, this is my domain. With a hum, the domain brightened and Wu Randong could see Juefan in front. He had many human-shaped black stones, with looks of fear, horror and all kinds of pained expressions. The worst part, there were thousands upon thousands of them. Juefan grinned at his achievement. Second young master, what do you think these are? Demon Spirit Stone? Wu Randong stared. Juefan shook his head. There's no such thing like that in the world. A man's cultivation is based on his own hard work. The world doesn't give shortcuts. These are people. People. Precisely. Juefan nodded with a stony face. I have killed many with this rare devouring domain of mine, turning them as you see before you. The reason why using the demonic spirit stone got you to fly through the ranks is because you were using another's yuan qi. But this yuan qi was made with my special demonic art. I'm fine if I use them, but I can't say the same for the rest. One's yuan qi becomes infected and would lead to this result as well. Now do you know what got your company to suffer this calamity? It's because the users of this item had died from it. That means you did this to us. No, you did it yourself. Wu Randong accused, but Juefan berated in an even higher tone. These yuan qi stones are my creation and will be fine using them, but even I won't be reckless and use so many to cause my cultivation to soar. That's because I know greed is our downfall. There are no shortcuts in the world. Using all these stones will lead to an unstable cultivation and a messy yuan qi. I don't want to see it happen. I do want to grow stronger fast, for my own goals, but I control my desires, exercising moderation. As for your company, they went straight to using it without fully understanding its effects. Now problems arose, huge ones, threatening their lives and causing their demise. Who is to blame, I wonder? Everything is balanced in the world. Going too far in one aspect and giving up everything else will lead to dire consequences. You've been too greedy and it was only a matter of time before disaster struck. Not to mention... What? Wu Randong rushed to ask. Juefan took a deep breath. Sword Star Empire has wanted to restrain your company for a long time. Today was only the trigger. Even without the demonic spirit stones making a mess of things, one day, the Sword Star Empire would have come for your head using some other excuse. It was only a matter of time. while now, with it coming all of a sudden, the other party suffered out of nowhere and came unprepared, leaving you with a glimmer of hope. You ought to thank me for that. Chapter 969. Deal with the Devil. Chapter 969. Deal with the Devil. Proofreader, Papatonks. What? Wu Randong was shocked after taking down the domain. Zhuofan pointed at the portal's location with a smile. Second young master, ever since I arrived here, I've been waiting here for any movement. If eldest young master or you came, then it proved your company was in dire straits. If nothing happened in 3 days, then your company must be struggling on death's door still. Wu Randong squinted. I'm watching for Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei's plan. Zhuofan's eyes shone with determination. Speaking of, businessmen and politicians are all alike. They all work for profit. Especially for a man like Bailey Jingwei, who governs the empire, abandoning any grudges or favors just so he could see the 5 lands as one. If your company had suffered this time, it wouldn't be because of a mess you might have caused, but for outliving your usefulness. A company so huge that didn't follow orders would one day have Bailey Jingwei eliminate it for his big unification plan. Looking dazed, Wu Randong needed a lot of time before he could process this, but the connections we make with every land help the empire. True, and seeing how easy he threw your great help showed he didn't care about you. Zhuofan gave Wu Randong a vague smile. How about a wager? In a few days, the Sword Star Empire's power will be leaving the central area. You mean it's going to invade the other lands? Obviously, or why else would he cut the middlemen? You guys have always exercised extreme caution, not to give him anything that might be taken as hostility. So when do people kill someone who isn't your enemy? When they're in your way. Zhuofan chuckled all-knowingly, his eyes twinkling like stars. In the 5-land war, your company's connections to every area instantly became the Empire's weakness that had to be cut out. Though killing must always come with reason. How fortunate he had the perfect excuse to act now. When one wants to find you guilty, it was only a matter of time before he found something to pin on you. Luck, however, played a role in your favor. With how sudden it all happened, he was too rushed in his actions, making your branches survive. That's why I've been telling you that you should thank me. I ripped off the band-aid for you, ha ha ha. Wu Randong was stunned in place, finally coming to terms with the facts as they went through his head. Now I must go save all those merchants that have yet to die. Right on. You finally get it? Zhuofan grinned. Wu Randong looked around. Where are we? How am I to contact the company? Ha ha ha, your dad has always cut you off and you never asked how your family business is run. Since you came through the commercial line, that means this is just another exit of it. Your branch is at the border between the western lands and central area. Wu Randong nodded, then got flustered. A guard sent urgent messages to our other branches. Easy on the ears, please. No one's coming. Zhuofan mocked with a dismissive wave. To have a nice uninterrupted chat, I had them leave. I'm the only one here waiting for you for 3 days. Wu Randong started. Why would they listen to you? It's remarkable what you can get away with when the company is treating you like their most valued client. Zhuofan took out a golden card, the greatest and most respected symbol in the company across the lands. Your brother gave it to me. A shame I'll never get to see him again. Wu Randong's heart was in pain as he sighed with a nod. Zhuofan stopped him from leaving though. Hold up. Why? What are you planning? To get someone and send word. What word? Isn't it to flee? Wu Randong stated the obvious. Zhuofan chuckled. With only a couple of vague words, you are laying waste to the foundation your company has built over millennia. Once they hide, everything will fall apart, with everyone abandoning ship. Then what? How will you bring them together again? Do you want to let your father and brother's hard work get destroyed with one word? Or have you forgotten the promise you made 3 days ago about wanting to take over? Wu Randong shook all over, sinking in deep thought. That's right, I'm naive, rash, and stubborn on changing the company by myself. Now that father and brother are gone, I hold all the power. But like a child, he has no idea what to even do. His family business would soon fade away in the 5 lands under him. His father and brother's work would be squandered under his command. He'd be too ashamed to meet his kin in the afterlife like this. Was he really going to end up destroying everything? Wu Randong grabbed his head in regret. Why didn't I work with my father to run the business? You need a mentor to show you the way. Wu Randong jerked out of his misery, looking at Zhuo Fan's flat expression. He sighed. The elders and venerables must have passed away by now, and I hardly know anyone in the branches. Where could I find someone to help me? Here. Wu Randong just finished, and Zhuo Fan declared. Wu Randong flinched. You? It's not that I want to help you, but to cooperate. Zhuo Fan set his cold eyes on him. You showed me your great ambition, of ruling the company and changing it. I made it reality. You did it by killing my father and brother. I don't want. Wu Randong. Zhuo Fan's thunderous voice swallowed his dissent. You're not a child and know there are gains and losses. You think you can just change the company that has been around for thousands of years just because you feel like it? History's been written in blood whenever any change occurs. Since you decided on changing it, you need to accept the price. The chairman's seat isn't a breeze, but since you're in it, man up. It's too late to turn back now. All you can do is get the company to follow your vision, or leave it to waste away and ruin all of your father and brother's blood and sweat. Wu Randong's eyes twitched, then sighed. I'll make the company prosper and not let my father's effort go to waste. But why should I work with you? Why do I feel that when I'm around you, it's like I'm working with the devil? I'm chilled to the bone and always on edge. Ha ha ha, that's normal. There's nothing wrong with your instinct, since I am a devil. Zhuo Fan snickered. In a man's moment of despair, they plead gods or devils. It's only natural to turn to gods, but do you know why some choose devils? Why? A god keeps you safe, but only if you give up everything. As for devils, they take everything you have, but also help you achieve your greatest desire. Zhuo Fan's creepy smile made Wu Randong uncomfortable. Your situation is quite close to despair as well. So who will you beseech, the god or the devil? Wu Randong squinted, then made his decision. I can't let my father and brother's death be in vain. The company cannot fail. I can never just let go and lead a plain life. We have spared nothing for the betterment of the Sword Star Empire, and where did that get us? I'll make sure Bailey Jingwei and the Star Sword Empire will pay for this. Are you willing to take the company and work for me? Are you willing, no, are you able to give me revenge? They are Bailey Jingwei and the Sword Star Empire. All I need is time and it will be done. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Wu Randong nodded at his resolve and declared, Then today I shall make a deal with the devil. Show me how you'll get me revenge for the thousands of men from my company. Let's shake on it. Zhuo Fan put out his hand with a sinister smile. I told you that we'll be working very closely. Who knew it'd be so soon? Ha ha ha. Pa. Wu Randong shook his hand hard, his eyes glittering. Then, sir, what next? You'll be sending every branch a message. From now on, the Serene Shores Trading's personnel will fade into the shadows and from the eyes of the world. Serene Shores Trading will cease to exist in name. When the danger passes, we will come out of the woodwork reborn. Wu Randong pondered and nodded. Then we will suffer silently for now. A gentleman can wait for revenge, even if it's 10 years later. Meanwhile, over a vast stretch of water that was covered in thick fog, the raging waves kept lapping at the shore, echoing the deep bestial roar. The fog emitted 2 gargantuan eyes, shone in the fog with savagery. A middle-aged man stood before the fog with fluttering clothes and a glinting sword at the ready as he charged. Sea demon, for too long you have taken the lives of my people. This stops now. The sea isn't yours alone. I am going to fight, and if I win, you are to never harm them again." An echoing roar reverberated through the air from the thick fog, followed by a jeer. "A puny Genesis stage human dares face me? Enter my domain if you have the stomach, and I shall tear you limb from limb, ha ha ha." Bam! Explosions sounded and the person charged into the mist, waging a cruel battle. Chapter 970, The Fifth Sacred Beast. Chapter 970, The Fifth Sacred Beast. Proofreader, Papatonks. In a lush and verdant mountain forest, a thin man carrying an 8-year-old child was walking through the roaring spiritual beasts of all levels, with none willing to take a single step closer. Zhuofan carried Gu Santong one step at a time through the familiar woods, towards vaulting Kunpeng's lair. Unlike every other time, there was no three-headed crow to give him a lift. The spiritual beasts looked to be under strict orders to stand aside while jeering at this conceited man coming to their master to admit his mistake. With all the spiritual beasts showing up as he walked, none would lead Zhuofan, letting him walk under their mockery through their kingdom. Zhuofan finally gazed upon a peak and the familiar cave of vaulting Kunpeng. Ha ha ha, what wind has brought the high and mighty Sir Zhua to my humble abode? A big and muscled man came out of the cave vaulting. Kunpeng snickered. What has happened to young Sanzi? Why isn't he even greeting me? Is it possible that he's hurt to be held on another's back? Ha ha ha, no, that can't be. Young Sanzi's father, the great Zhuofan, had last left with a loud mouth and absolute confidence that he can protect his child. So why then after only 2 years the same bubbly child looks to be dying and coming before me? Could he be wanting me to give a burial? Senior Kunpeng. Zhuofan sighed. I have been rude and disrespectful to Senior, and for that I apologize. Young Sanzi's heavy state is due to my negligence. I proved to be incapable, and have come to Senior for aid, hoping Senior remembers of the 5 great sacred beasts, and would lend your help. I would be ever grateful. Kunpeng mocked. Zhuofan, you took the old dragon's dragon breath pill, and looked quite smug. Now that you came to me for help, have you seen your shortcomings? Then go down on your knees, and I may just consider it. Senior, I have come to you asking for help, but you shouldn't push it. Zhuofan had a cold smile. I heard people say that when being asked for help, one shouldn't insult the other but ask for a price. I have apologized to Senior, but only out of courtesy. If Senior still takes it seriously, then I'm afraid I'll be put on the spot. Ha ha ha, I only care about saving young Sanzi, not for me, but for a fellow sacred beast. I do recall you needing to set up some array that needs the power of all 5 great sacred beasts to face Heavenly Sovereign, right? Kunpeng's face twitched and muttered, curses, still showing off even when asking for help like I'm owing you. This punk's attitude hasn't changed one bit. Fine, bring the kid over. Humph, we just had to work together. Kunpeng waved and shouted annoyedly before stepping into his cave grinning. Zhuofan flew inside and placed young Sanzi on a bed. Kunpeng placed 2 fingers on the child's wrist and then shouted, why is his Qilin shield sporting a gap? Qilin shield. Yes. Kunpeng spoke heavily. Qilin shield is a Qiling's innate protection made of his body, mind and soul that makes up the whole of a Qilin's power. A damaged Qilin shield means he can't gather his strength and will be weakened. That's why he has been unconscious for all this time. Zhuofan's brow shook. Qilin shield has such a use? But when I refined my Qilin arm I also had the Qilin shield. It only seemed to offer some protection and that was it. That's because you're a human. Qilin shield isn't for you, so of course it isn't the core of your being. While not as strong, getting it damaged won't be an issue as it's easy to restore. But to a Qilin, a damaged Qilin shield means having your very core hurt. Kunpeng frowned heavily. The kid's wound is baffling. A normal damaged Qilin shield would recover even with the core being heavily weakened. But his Qilin shield's damage is like his whole body is broken. Unable to bring itself together, his energy is constantly sapped and always weak and unconscious. One day, it may even take his life. Xuefan panicked inside. How do we heal it? Before that, why don't you tell me how he got this wound? Kunpeng asked gravely. Xuefan sighed. Soaring sword. Soaring sword. Precisely. Xuefan nodded. The mortal domain has 5 great sacred weapons made by the Heavenly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign to deal with the sacred beasts, even named after the very sacred beast they target. I didn't realize this at first, only coming to this conclusion after being hurt by 2 sacred weapons. These sacred weapons are designed to restrain specific sacred beasts. I was once hurt by the vaulting sword in the double dragon manner, and healed in the end, albeit slowly. But getting hurt by the soaring sword proved harder to heal. Maybe because I'm a human that some special pills finally healed me. But young Sanzi. Kunpeng squinted. Kid, do you have a sacred weapon? I have the vaulting sword, but I had changed it. Its sword spirit is my blood spirit. It's fine. The spirit might change, but the sword energy and its skill won't. Take it out and try it on me. Kunpeng insisted. Maybe I can glean into what is happening. Xuefan did as he was told and shot the demonic sword at Kunpeng. Its form now was much weaker than usual, but Kunpeng didn't care as he tried to block it with his palm, releasing his azure flame into a wall. The instant the demonic sword touched the wall, it shook a bit and the sword released a sudden light before passing right through and going for Kunpeng. Kunpeng shook, taken off guard by the vaulting sword's power, able to bypass his azure flame's defenses. Though it didn't matter since he barely showed any of his power, so this time he added more strength and repelled the demonic sword, sending it back in Xuefan's body. Xuefan shuddered and coughed blood, then he cursed. Senior Kunpeng, wasn't this a test? Why so serious? I had no choice, because the sacred weapons and us mutually suppress each other. Kunpeng's brow shook and sighed. Now I know why the child is so hurt. These swords are deadly to us. Xuefan started. What do you mean? Kid, you know that the world is made of endless forms of yin and yang, that everything in this world has a counter. But this is mutual suppression that only the 5 elements can have. Kunpeng grew grave. Water and fire repel each other. More water destroys fire and more fire pulverizes water. They can't coexist. This is how we, the sacred beasts, and the 5 sacred weapons are. Meeting, survival is only based on who is the strongest in this mutual conflict. It's either the sacred beast or the sacred weapon that survive. Young Sanzi's state is because of that. The other used an art that is his bane, causing heavy damage, even deadly. Yeah, he trained in the soaring sword art. Xuefan's eyes shook as he sighed. Kunpeng was equally helpless. Yin-yang can only break from yin-yang. When 2 opposite forces clash, nothing can help. If the child was stronger, he could have defended himself. But he's still young. However, I'm fortunate that I never left the All-Beast mountain range or the sacred weapon absorbing the sacred stone's power, and without the barrier here, I would be sure to suffer from it. The Heavenly Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign sure are cruel to leave 5 ruthless weapons in the mortal domain to deal with us. Is there no other way? Senior Kunpeng, not even you can do anything? I told you already, the powers are mutually exclusive and only each other can solve, with no one able to interfere. Unless. Kunpeng sighed then muttered, forget it, that old geezer must be lazing around somewhere, and can't find him fast enough. Xuefan grasped the slim hope as he asked, who are you talking about, Senior? Can he save young Sanzi? Yeah, one of the 5 great sacred beasts, the heaven-sealing Cao, wielding the world's innate sealing arts. Smiley face, the world turtle in many mythologies, including Chinese. Kunpeng's eyes flashed. The old guy's sealing is so strong it can seal the world, so the elements are a cinch for him. Even in the times of the 10 sovereigns, all feared his seals, panicked about having their power bound and never again able to break it. Also, he was the only one able to give Heavenly Sovereign a hard time, even if he broke out of the seal after a time. This only shows how terrible he is. With young Sanzi's damaged Chelan shield, he just has to place a barrier between the two opposite forces and let it heal itself. Chapter 971 Heart of a Sovereign. Chapter 971 Heart of a Sovereign. Proofreader, Papatonks. Zhuofan's face was in a constant frown. Heaven-sealing Cao, does that mean he is the only one in the whole wide world that can heal young Sanzi? Yes, but the problem is I have no idea where he is. Kunpeng's side. Zhuofan lit up and took out a gourd, looking nervous. Senior, you just said that only heaven-sealing Cao can save young Sanzi, but on my way back I stumbled upon this mortal item, North Sea Gel, that proved to be of great help. Does Senior know of it? North Seal Gel? First time hearing of it. Kunpeng took the gourd and smelled it. Young Sanzi's wound, or more plainly spoke, the deadly war between us and Heavenly Sovereign, can never be healed by anything, no matter how special, from the mortal domain. Kunpeng gasped, this smell. What is it, Senior? Of course. Kunpeng grinned and shook his head, then he handed the gourd back with a jeer. Kid, what did you say its name was? Where does it come from? Completely clueless, Zhuofan looked at the gourd and muttered, Senior, on my way back I met someone who used this to save young Sanzi's life, calling it North Sea Gel. I heard it's very valuable. I had to pay 20 million sacred stones for just this tiny bit, yet still came up at a huge bargain for me. Kunpeng scoffed and gave him a toying gaze. What, Senior, what's the problem? Zhuofan asked curiously, pointing at the gourd with a smug grin. Kunpeng shook his head. You humans hail everything that's remotely rare as valuable. Zhuofan was still not getting where he was going, but the man continued. Kid, the old guy's 9 Serenities secret records has plenty of super secret and rare medicines, right? Was this among them then? No. Zhuofan gave an awkward shake of his head. Maybe since this is of the mortal domain, 9 Serenities Sovereign has no way of knowing. Bull! Kunpeng cussed him on the spot. There was no mortal domain in the distant past. 9 Serenities most definitely knew what this thing is, but found it unworthy to be noted down. Ah, then this is heaven-sealing Cao's garbage. Kunpeng cocked an eyebrow as he cackled. Zhuofan froze, then stammered, You mean this thing? You get it now? The waste of a sacred beast looks like an otherworldly treasure to you common folk, but to a sovereign, it's junk, trash, shit. Even if it were you, would you actually go and ask some random expert's stool sample for purely academic reasons? Ha ha ha. Kunpeng was laughing it up. Only mortals like you would think this is precious. 9 Serenities knew its use but still didn't note it down, just so he wouldn't become the butt of everyone's joke. Zhuofan's face was twitching in all the weird ways, the dirty truth finally dumped on his clueless mind. Of course it helped heal young Sanzi's wound, since it came from the heaven-sealing Cao. Even if it came from the other end, it still has great power. Right you are, and also Kunpeng's eyes shone with a vague light. Zhuofan picked up on his thought instantly. The heaven-sealing Cao is in the northern land sea. I'll take young Sanzi there right now. Zhuofan grabbed young Sanzi to leave. Wait. Kunpeng cut his enthusiasm short, earning a curious expression from him. Kunpeng took a deep breath. Northern lands is worlds apart from here, and not to mention it'll take even more time searching for the old Coots track in the North Sea. Time is of the essence here, as young Sanzi's life is at stake. He is fading as we speak, each passing day becoming more dangerous for him. Senior means who? Kunpeng's palm sported an azure flame, shooting both of his hands at young Sanzi and letting the fire pass by his acupoints. While placing the palm on young Sanzi's forehead, the azure flame flared and seeped into the child's body through the acupoints, forming a faint azure glow around young Sanzi to keep him safe. Easing a long breath, Kunpeng took back his hand. I'm not at the old Coots ceiling level, but this little is nothing. Fire is the source of life, so I used the chaos flame to make a heaven seal and keep young Sanzi's spirit in his body. It's not enough to give the Qiling shield time to recover, but it won't get worse at least. Now you need to visit the old dragon too, so he'd use the decimating golden flame and keep his energy from leaking as well. This should buy enough time for you to find the CAO and save him. Senior can't just seal it completely. No, my azure soul protects the soul, while the dragon's refines the flesh. Against such a problem as two clashing energies, we can only do what we can. I kept his soul intact while the dragon can keep his body from deteriorating. That's all any of us can do. Kunping explained. Zhuofan nodded and hugged young Sanzi, but Kunping stopped him yet again. He had a cheeky grin. Kid, the child's life won't get worse for now, so there's no need to be frantic. It's been 2 years now since you last visited my Allbeast mountain range, and I would like to understand some things. Have you made any progress? I sealed 3 of the 8 whirlwind tunnels. Zhuofan spoke plainly. Kunping nodded. That's quite fast, but that's not the issue here. Finding them and setting a drawing array is the easy part, while getting the recoiling array the main issue. Alone as you are, it's going to take eons to finish. This is work that involves all of the lands. Do you have any plans? Don't worry, I found myself a partner on the way back. With their clan's connections, it shouldn't take too long. Zhuofan's eyes shone, giving a full account of the Serene Shores trading situation. Kunping started, then laughed. In just 3 days, you had them killed and still got them to give their lives for you. Kid, that's one good deal right there. Senior Kunping, you mean you don't see it? It's not I who ruined them, but themselves. I just sped up the process. Sighing at the heavens, he flatly stated, in this world, there's always a way to survive, just that you're the one digging your own grave through your actions. Kunping chuckled and nodded. Zhuofan, you've grown these 2 years, getting closer to the attitude of a sovereign. Sovereign? Yes. Kunping unraveled his doubtful gaze. People think the sovereign stage is the embodiment of power. Hidden from their view is, however, the heart of a sovereign. It means being committed to the world around you, discovering its nature and inner workings by taking the path less traveled and tempering your heart and mind, to grasp past and future, the very world itself, in the palm of your hand. As you are, despite the lack of power, you made headways in demeanor, following the way the world works. A true man would see the danger he is under and avoid it, but everyone else would find it hard to even distinguish it, unable to dodge calamity. You might not have noticed, but you used to think of the bigger picture, walking towards your fate, half with schemes and half with heaven. Now that you perceive the nature of the world and can grasp its opportunities, just how the Serene Shores trading was walking to a doom of their own making, you merely picked the best timing for you to have them escape it while also casually getting them to work for you. You didn't really do anything but have grasped the trend of the world. Going with the flow is the sovereign stage. Zhuofan's brow shook in thought. I never thought about it before, just finding it that by throwing the demon spirit stones at the Serene Shores trading will cause a huge problem, since their demise was just a matter of time. As for the second young master, he'll work with me in the end and the company will be mine. All I have to do is be patient. Heart of a sovereign, to see the future and know fate. You saw their end, so you followed the world's trend, speeding up the process. Every sovereign is special, having shed the mortal coil, while you have done it in mind. Kunping smiled. When I had asked you to find heavenly sovereigns' remnants, I believed you would because I had a feeling this would be your future. Ha ha ha, I made the right choice. With you helping us, it's practically over and done with. Now take young Sanzi and go. I'll have Three-Headed Crow go along until you find CAO. Isn't he an important helper? You'd let me have him? Zhuofan was stunned. Kunping showed a vague smile. Yep, he is, but you need his help more than I do. Also, when you meet the old coot, you might even think the helper hasn't much use, ha ha ha. Chapter 972. The 9 Sword Kings Converge. Chapter 972. The 9 Sword Kings Converge. Proofreader, Papatonks. Boom. In the deepest place of Sword Star Empire's imperial capital, on the tallest mountain stood a lofty palace. However, the lavish design was marred by the constant thunderstorm above and the incessant thick lightning strikes hammering the area. Each strike teeming with the power to destroy everything, but there would be no destruction as the palace made it so any strike that landed close or on it would be completely absorbed, with not a single blade of grass even singed. Yet from the flowers to the trees, they all had a distinct crackling sound coming from them, brimming with abundant electric charge at the tallest point of the palace, where lightning surrounded it constantly. 3 golden and sharp words drew attention: Thunder Pavilion. Invincible Sword just got out of seclusion and asked for the 9 Sword Kings, but what does he do next? He comes to Thunder Pavilion to polish his sword skills. What the hell is he thinking? Outside the pavilion, the teams of guards stood at perfect attention, all of them peak Genesis experts. The most impressive was their numbers, over 100. Shangguan Feiyun was pacing just outside the pavilion, finding it an utter waste of time and complained because of it. I'd have left by now if the old man didn't have something important. I don't have the leisure like these guards to come over from afar just to stand stiff. Danqing Shen beside him chuckled. Brother Feiyun, mind your words. Someone might just go tell on you. Then you'll have Sword Patriarch coming at you for a spar. Who are you going to blame then? Ha ha ha. So what? I already lost, haven't I? Shangguan Feiyun's face twitched and grumbled, but it was clear the words did get to him. Danqing Shen chuckled. He then froze, his nose wiggling from the intoxicating scent as he laughed. A mild 3,200 years aged vintage Harmony Hallow. That's one good wine. Ha ha ha, I knew only Brother Dan among the Sword Kings knows me best. You managed to sense it from this far? Whoosh. An aged man with a white beard and a heavily receding hairline popped up in front of them, holding a wine bottle letting out a conspicuous smell. Danqing Shen smiled. Wine Sword Immortal, it's been ages. Where have you run off to for some fine wine? Mind giving me a bottle? How could I ever forget about my dear friend Brother Dan? But this time, I didn't bring one for you. Why, hogging it all up? Danqing Shen poked fun. Wine Sword Immortal waved dismissively. Brother Dan, I'm not being rude here on purpose. Such a great wine isn't enough for myself, so how could I share any with you? Humph, you say that every time. To you, I bet not even all the wine in the world would be enough. Shangguan Feiyun mocked. Danqing Shen smiled uncaringly. But Wine Sword Immortal was looking nervous as he said, Shangguan Feiyun, don't poison the well. I'm a genuine drunkard that loves to hit the bottle, but my dear friendship with Brother Dan is so strong, if I had the whole world's wine, even a bottle I would not necessarily not share. Shangguan Feiyun rolled his eyes. This drunkard is so stingy, giving only a taste even if he has barrels of it. It was obvious you'd get nothing from this guy. Since all good wines came in short supply, there was no way he'd ever share anything. Danqing Shen chuckled. Old geezer, I know you're a drunkard, but regardless of giving or not, the least you can do is show me some respect in front of everyone? Just a bottle? Do I matter so little to you? No, that's not it, Brother Dan. I feared you'd take it seriously and really ask for some from me. The Wine Sword Immortal always had his nose in a bottle, or barrel. But of the 9 Sword Kings, he was the plainest and honest of them all, always saying his piece. At the two's teasing, he grew nervous. I'll be honest with you. This is the only bottle I have of Harmony Hallow, and also the most ardent. I had to go through so much to ardent Harmony Hallow like from southern lands. Danqing Shen shouted. You went to Murong Lai for wine? No wonder it has such a pungent smell. The southern lands have the hottest climate and would ferment the spiciest wines. Murong clans is among the best, but as a Sword King, if Bailey Jingwei finds out you went to the enemy for some wine, you're through. Shangguan Feiyun butted in with his mock threat. Wine Sword Immortal signaled for him to be silent with a tense look. Keep it down. That slob has his eyes on me, and if he finds out anything, he'll lock me up in the same spot. Good brothers keep secret. Don't throw me to the wolves. Give half and take half. The other two spoke in unison, while reaching for the wine. Wine Sword Immortal winced, looking at the bottle in his hand with pain. Can't you ask for anything else? This is my only bottle. You're being cruel wanting half. We're just that mean, hee. The two wiggled their eyebrows as they taunted, looking like he was the victim here. Wine Sword Immortal fondled the bottle with utter helplessness. But then the sound of strings echoed out, followed by a voice sounding even more helpless. Sword Kings, please don't pick on the kind and elderly. He risked his life in the southern lands. Why must we Sword Kings play one another despite being outsiders? How petty. They all started and looked over at the corner to an eminent man with a calm demeanor as he played the zither while giving them a mocking grin. Zither Sword King Lu Mubai, you came as well? Wine Sword Immortal lit up in joy as he bounced over with a laughter. You're a nice guy, saving me from those two trying to blackmail me. What I hate the most is others using another's plight for their own selfish gain. Lu Mubai smiled and played the zither. Wine Sword Immortal, you call that blackmail? It's just a joke, just like what I did just now with them, ha ha ha. Really? Shangguan Feiyun cocked a mocking eyebrow. The 9 Sword Kings come from different areas, but Prime Minister Bailey treat us all the same. The fact that you spoke of us being outsiders is your attempt at sowing discord? The zither rang an odd note in his hand as Lu Mubai stopped, looking at him with a vague glint. That wasn't the idea, I'm only stating facts. Of the 9 Sword Kings, 5 are Bailey clans, leaving us the only 4 by ourselves. Don't tell me you believe that if a bid operation is in play, those 5 won't try to steal our share of the reward or downplay our merits. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister cares about all of us, but our levels are different among each other. They are a united force while we're alone. I love the zither, Sword Immortal the wine, old Dan painting, but what about Brother Feiyun? Ha ha ha. Brow furrowed, they all looked grave. Lu Mubai spoke what they all knew already. Bailey's people are against any outsiders. They were 4 Sword Kings that had been recruited, thus their gains differed. This made it 5 against each one of them. When the time came and they were at odds, they would be in serious danger, all because they had no trust among each other. The 4 look at each other, their mind already working on a plan. Zither Sword King, are you trying to get the other 3 Sword Kings set up against the Bailey clan? Rumble. A thunderous voice followed the appearance of a fierce and hulking man. His eyes flashed like lightning, his power shaking the air around him. Squinting, Lu Mubai smiled. Thunder Sword King Bailey Yulei, is it that you disapprove of my words? There's no point to begin with. Bailey Yulei jeered. There's only our clan, the best in the world. It is us who have the final say, and we who gave you your titles, just so that you protect our home. Put bluntly, you're nothing but better guards. Even if there are conflicts of interests with our clan, you still have to step aside, isn't that right? All the other faces tensed and darkened. Wine Sword Immortal, who never cared about mortal affairs, had had enough. So you're saying if a good wine caught my eye and someone from Bailey wants it as well, who is it that gets it? Whoever rules. Bailey Yulei thundered. Wine Sword Immortal was disgruntled. Wine is my life. Then please have it removed. Wine Sword Immortal. What did you say? Bam! A powerful surge exploded as Wine Sword Immortal roared, standing against Bailey Yulei's icy smile. Lu Mubai rooted for Wine Sword Immortal. Suddenly, 2 Sword Kings' aura flared, pushing Bailey Yulei back, but then 4 other figures descended. The 9 Sword Kings gathered before the Thunder Pavilion. Chapter 973. The Strongest Clan. Chapter 973. The Strongest Clan. Proofreader, Papatonks. Rumble. With the impression of the sky falling on their heads, 5 Sword Kings' combined auras reached almost godlike level in raw power, making Wine Sword Immortal groan and forced back 3 steps. Dan Xingchen released his own aura to help Wine Sword Immortal. They were outsiders to the Sword Star Empire, strangers, and had to work hard to gain its trust. If they did not stand together, there would be nothing left of them to stand over BAM. With the other 2 at the side joining the first 2, it became 4 on 5, turning into a stalemate. Both sides gave their all with neither budging an inch, yet the raw power they released was so great it affected the Thunder Pavilion, shaking the whole mountain. It was on the guards were a shaking mess, paling and having lost their previous stone-cold calm. They were all peak Genesis stage experts here, but one thing was certain: the 9 Sword Kings were a cut way above the masses. All they could do as these 9 powerhouses duked it out was to stand aside, feeling how weak they were by comparison. Neither side gave, with all the faces frozen in a grim expression. The 100 guards witnessing this were fearing for their lives. The mountain just kept on shaking as the lightning thundered across the sky, giving the feeling the mountain was going to crumble. And so, this went on for the better part of the next hour, with shaking and more shaking. While word was the 9 Sword Kings were equal, the 4 outsiders were short of 1 in this fight, showing signs of weakness after engaging in this pissing contest for so long. The Bailey clan's 5 Sword Kings had gotten the advantage, and were pressing down on the other 4. The 4 outsiders were grave when a woman giggled. "You're only 4 yet still dare to challenge the 5 of us? Now it's too late to back out. Bailey, you sure are smug for having just 1 more. Have some dignity and fight 1-on-1 with me if you dare." Wine Sword Immortal challenged. The graceful figure stuck out her tongue as she jeered. "Stinky old coot, this lady here doesn't feel like wasting time with you." "Humph, lady? Shouldn't that be Hag?" Shangguan Fenyun's eyes shone as he taunted. "Bailey clan's generation is of the same age with Patriarch Bailey Yutian, around 10,000 years old, I reckon. Yet you call yourself a lady? Ha ha ha, a biddy or a hag is more accurate. And yet still so feisty no man will ever want a shrew." Bailey Yu squinted and gave a banshee of a screech. "Who's spouting such nonsense that all you are of the same generation?" The Patriarch bestowed upon the Bailey clan members who reached the Sword King rank with this character: "To show our power is that of heaven. Did you know that?" Smiley face, the character or you has many different meanings: to resist, imperial, manage, govern, royal. With bloodthirst flashing in her eyes, Bailey Yu's hands glinted coldly as she sent a rumbling silver sword energy for Shangguan Feiyun with her finger. "You think I'm scared of you, wench?" Shangguan Feiyun scoffed and drew 2 fingers as he slashed, unleashing the soaring sword art at her. Boom! The loud explosion shook the mountain even more, sending rocks into its streams, with its aura becoming strained to the point of breaking. The guards panicked, while the other Sword Kings frowned. So far they kept the confrontation friendly, to a mere display of power, but now someone resorted to violence. With 9 Sword Kings' power, a clash would lead to total devastation. On top of that, they might both die from it. Whichever the outcome, it was bad no matter how one sliced it. This was why both the Patriarch and the Prime Minister forbade any fighting among them, short of being severely punished. Whoosh! The second energy wave shot at Shangguan Feiyun as Bailey Yu spat. "Curse you, Shangguan Feiyun, I'm going to skin you alive." "Bring it on." Shangguan Feiyun met her challenge with his own taunt, and the soaring sword art. A roar reverberated throughout the skies before the 2 sword energies ever had a chance to unleash further needless devastation upon the world. "Enough! Are you going to fight in front of the Thunder Pavilion, in front of Patriarch?" Everyone flinched and found 2 men rushing over and making them stop as they bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty, greetings, Prime Minister." Next to the young Bailey Jingwei stood a middle-aged man with sharp brows and tall stature. His eyes showed wisdom, yet hid the cold glint only the monarch of the Sword Star Empire could have. Right behind him were 10 youths, with the most handsome guy taking the lead, looking to only be in his 20s. And yet his youthful look belied the power he wielded. that of a Genesis stage expert. The other 9 were 5th layer soul harmony stage experts as well. Young and strong Shangguan Feiyun's heart sank, looking at his friends, and his face fell as well. The Bailey clan is filled with talents. They aren't called the strongest clan for nothing. The leader of the youths was none other than the Crown Prince, capable in both the pen and the sword. Now that he was already in the Genesis stage, his future was set as the next Sword King. As for the other 9, they were outstanding as well, all having a good chance of becoming a Sword King. Now the 9 Sword Kings had 5 from the Bailey clan, but by the look of things there would be more. The power of this mighty clan was on a steady climb, bound to make these foreign Sword Kings' future even more miserable. There was a very likely possibility, and not at all welcomed, that they would be even removed from such ranks. Not like they could do anything to change it. The Bailey clan was just that strong, and not from coincidences or happenstance, but through survival of the fittest had they created this empire. Invincible Sword established the clan's dominance, putting in place his autocracy, with every generation carefully picked and groomed to reach higher. As for the progeny that failed to make the cut, Bailey Yutian sent them to the border and never to step foot in the imperial capital again. Not all of the imperial family held power. Had the Crown Prince failed to meet his expectations, he would now be reduced to a garbage position like a city lord. There was no surprise the right to inherit did not exist in this clan. Failing to thrive meant turning into a beggar. On the off chance a good seed bore fruit among those sent at the border towns, they would be recalled to the imperial capital to be groomed. On very rare occasions they might even become emperors. At least that was what Invincible Sword said. The whole empire revolved around this one man, the Patriarch, making his word law. This was why birthright didn't mean instant power and the highest seat in the empire. That was because the Bailey clan was filled with struggles. If one ever wanted to grasp anything, a degenerate like Bailey Jingyu was an exception, while Bailey Jingwei and Bailey Jingshi, men of little power but great wisdom, had their station judged through their incredible talent. As a prime minister and as an emperor, it was all thanks to the Patriarch that they got it, or they would have become nobodies. Thus, ever since these two came to power, the empire flourished. This system was unimaginable elsewhere, because it was bound to lead to chaos. As to why it worked here, that was because there was no one out there in the world that could top Bailey Yutian and challenge his words. Bailey Jingwei spoke coldly. Explain to me what's happening right now, or I'll have to report this to the Patriarch. Prime Minister, he insulted me. Bailey Yu stabbed her finger at Shangguan Feiyun. The accused man scoffed. Prime Minister, you always say the 9 Sword Kings do not take sides, but these 5 from the Bailey clan have treated us outsiders as nothing. Is this true? Bailey Jingwei turned to the 5 and spoke. Sword Kings, it was the Patriarch himself who invited these 4 to be Sword Kings, to serve the Empire. My reach is limited and I do not have the power to govern matters between Sword Kings, but we are now meeting the Patriarch, and what do you think he will say when he hears about my report on this? The 5 Sword Kings shuddered at once. Bailey Yu cupped her hands in fright. Prime Minister, I've been too rude and asked Prime Minister not to. Not what? A wizened voice rumbled into everyone's ears like thunder and made everyone shake. All over the Patriarch of the Sword Star Empire, the strongest in the 5 lands, Invincible Sword Bailey Yutian had arrived. Chapter 974 Invincible Sword. Chapter 974 Invincible Sword. Proofreader, Papatonks. Along with the surge of power that shook the ground and the air around them, what stood in front of them was a stout old man with a white beard, eyes of amber, hair white as snow, wrinkles so deep as if carved, yet what unnerved everyone, even the likes of the 9 Sword Kings, was the piercing stare and the flickering purple lightning within. They felt their hearts quivering from the sharp glare, making them sweat. Bam! In a flash of purple lightning, a long sword appeared, its edge cold and sharp, its aura deadly like that of a grim reaper. Central Area's divine weapon, sundering sword. Everyone's hearts shuddered at its appearance. Then they gave the old man a deep bow. Greetings, Patriarch. We congratulate Patriarch on coming out of seclusion. Now I know what exactly happened here from within the Thunder Pavilion. I won't be saying anything about it, but I'd prefer this not to happen ever again. Am I clear? Bailey Yutian spoke with a cold face, his eyes flat as if nothing mattered to him at all, yet these few words carried with it a heavy weight, like a decree of a god that none could impeach. Follow it they shall, or they might as well sign their death warrant. The 9 Sword Kings bowed again. Bailey Yulei even lowered his head more as sweat trickled down his brow. Shangguan Feiyun snickered at their plight, while Zither Sword King's eyes shone and grinned. Bailey Yutian's icy tone came again. This goes for the foreign Sword Kings as well, not just the 2 of them. Watch yourselves before you touch upon each other's sensibilities, especially. Bailey Yutian glanced sideways, his piercing and icy stare shooting straight for Lu Mubai. Shuddering, the man sweated buckets as he and the other 3 outsiders bowed in respect. We shall respect Patriarch's wishes. As long as you understand. Bailey Yutian squinted as he passed judgment on all and everything. He then turned to Bailey Jingwei. Emperor, Prime Minister, you're late. Why? Bailey Jingshi gave a curt bow and reported, Patriarch, these days Prime Minister has seized Serene Shores trading and removed unwelcomed elements. Today they have been receiving the highest punishment as an example for everyone. As such, Prime Minister and I have gone with the princes and nobles to supervise the execution. We ask your forgiveness, Patriarch. Highest punishment. Lu Mubai shook at the words, his fists clenching. Highest punishment. Bailey Yutian pondered. Serene Shores trading has established itself for thousands of years in the Empire, contributing greatly to our nation's prosperity. I still recall 2,000 years ago how the 4 lands cut us off from all the spirit mines, and only Serene Shores trading managed to open them again. Just what heinous crime have they committed to warrant ruination, and even use the highest punishment? Bailey Jingwei bowed. Patriarch, I had something to do with this. Bailey Jingwei began to explain the demon spirit stone debacle. Bailey Yutian pondered, then mocked. Only a few dozen greedy nobles died, and Serene Shores trading hardly is to blame for this. The highest punishment is a bit excessive here. But Jingwei, you always have a reason for your actions, so I can only assume it has other meanings. Patriarch has such insight. It is indeed so. Bailey Jingwei gave off a confident smile as he bowed. Patriarch, I believe that our empire's unification plan can now begin. We can now wage war with the other 4 lands. When we rule the world, Serene Shores trading would no longer be opening channels with the rest of the areas, but fester our empire like termites that the enemy might exploit. Collapse could come from the slightest weakness, let alone such a glaring one. That's why I used this chance to have the company removed, for the future of the empire and its complete control over every mountain and river. Brows furrowed and hearts shook. They couldn't believe Bailey Jingwei was so impatient to fight the other lands so soon. The 9 Sword Kings were barely established and quite free. Now they were to strike at every land around? What was more, was he that confident that this was going to happen? Bailey Yutian stared for long before speaking. You're certain? Absolutely. Our previous defeat against the 4 lands was due to a lack of men, weakness. When one land fell, the other 3 jumped in, leaving our backs bare and pushing us into being defensive. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone. Only this time, we have the 9 Sword Kings, and with Patriarch coming out of seclusion, even with having 4 fronts, our great armies will crush them before they can join together. I believe it is the Sword Star Empire's greatest opportunity. Letting this drag on for longer will make the lands find counters for our Sword Kings, and will make things worse. Bailey Jingwei, you sure don't go in half-cocked. The 9 Sword Kings barely took shape and you already can't wait to wage war. Talk about ruthless. Everyone thought the same thing in their minds. Bailey Yutian paused and said to the other, You're the Emperor, do you agree with your Prime Minister's decision? Patriarch, Jingwei has always done things boldly and with wisdom, something I lack. All my seat can do is curb his eagerness and prevent him from making mistake. Bailey Jingshire smiled with a bow, but after a 3-day-long debate, he convinced me. While the plan feels rushed, it's without a doubt rushed to the lands as well, not just to us, and will prove to be effective. Thus I gave my approval of this plan. The Empire shall send its troops immediately and strike like lightning. Bailey Yutian stared at the two and nodded. Since you're both for this, then I have nothing to say against it. That's what we'll do. The two gave a deep bow and a smug smile. The 9 Sword Kings were amazed inside, but not because of the two's ingenious plan, but the Patriarch's ability to use talent in this type of empire. With the Patriarch always watching over, the Emperor's power was tied down, so there was no need for heavy tactics. The key was tolerance and having insight, more so when in other empires the Prime Minister was in charge of affairs far more than the Emperor. This made the seat of Prime Minister needing a true governing talent, and only the likes of Bailey Jingwei could fill it. As all positions of power, they came with such temptation that would make the Prime Minister be rash and let it get to his head in his decision. For this reason the Emperor's role was not to lead a nation but to curb the Prime Minister's zeal. This meant there was no godly genius of a requirement for it, since it would only clash with the first in trying to come on top and lead to grave consequences. What this seat needed was a plain individual that eased the Prime Minister's talent. It did not refer to one's humble abilities per se, but moderation above all else. That was who Bailey Jingshire was, the bucket of cold water for when Bailey Jingwei's talent flared too much and brought him down to earth. This led to the Emperor of the Sword Star Empire hardly ever passing any judgment on matters, always in the middle of things. In fact, he was more of a prop, there in the background, as he handled things to work smoothly. He didn't get involved in policies, but when the situation demanded, he was there to answer the call and avert any foreseeable calamity. Thus, these two, one impetuous and another reserved, complemented each other in bringing out the perfect solution. Since all their power stemmed from the authority the Patriarch invested in them, they had no clashes, but actually worked hand in hand for a change. This was nigh impossible to take shape in any other nation, not with the Emperor and Prime Minister always throwing jabs at each other in order to wield more power, sometimes deadly. The Prime Minister limited the Emperor's authority, yet needed his power at the same time. The Emperor, on the other hand, wanted to kill the Prime Minister, yet couldn't exactly do without one either. Such was their paradox. With both of them going forward with such a plan, Bailey Yutian found no reason to dwell on it, immediately approving it. The Sword Star Empire has been going easy on the 4 lands so far, but the sound of charging cavalry and marching soldiers, along with the cold edges of its 9 Sword Kings, shall soon fill the lands. They all, however, were unaware of one tiny element, a frozen corpse that suddenly stirred. "Second young master, let's go." In the public square of the imperial capital, an old man in black pulled along a youth with a sigh. Watching the ashes of the people who once stood in the middle of the square, the warmth still fresh on his skin, the youth balled his fists and vanished among the crowd. His vitriol-filled words only reached the elder's ears. "Elder Ming, I swear we will rise again, as I toll the bell for the Sword Star Empire's doom." Chapter 975. North Sea Battlefield. Chapter 975. North Sea Battlefield. Proofreader, Papatonks. Sword King Feiyun, a bird told me you have the soaring sword. Where is it now? With the mobilizing plant established, Bailey Yutian went on to more important things and of great personal interest. Shangguan Feiyun flinched, and Bailey Jingwei stepped in to cover for him. "Patriarch, please be calm. We had the divine sword, but in a sudden turn of events, the Shangguan clan stole it." "What?" Bailey Yutian glared in fury. "You mean to tell me that soaring sword is back in eastern lands? Humph, are my empire's lands so weak that they can't even get a grip on the things it has?" Shangguan Feiyun bowed at once, soaked with sweat, Sword Patriarch, I am at fault for failing to protect the sword. Humph, you expect to protect my empire when you can't even get a grip on the divine weapon in your hands? Why are you even a Sword King? Or is it something else? Tell me, Sword King Feiyun, do you still feel some longing for the Eastern lands and you simply gave it up? Shut up! Bailey Jingwei immediately snapped back at Bailey Yulei's insidious accusation. Patriarch, I was there as well. Sword King Feiyun gave his all. His loyalty is beyond reproach. It was the enemy that outsmarted him and me, managing to steal the sword. Bailey Yutian gave him a long look. A devious enemy? You're saying you lost in a battle of minds? Bailey Jingwei shuddered on the inside as he felt utter shame to admit his biggest defeat yet. It was a severe blow to the man's pride in his flawless intellect. Prime Minister Bailey's wisdom has no equal. It must be someone from the inside working with the enemy. And it's plain to see that this spy has a tie with Eastern lands, he. With Bailey Jingwei hesitating so much, Bailey Yu took the moment to jeer at Shangguan Feiyun's plight and kick him, while down Bailey Jingwei gnashed his teeth and bowed as he came clean. Patriarch, it has nothing to do with Sword King Feiyun. It's all my fault for losing the divine sword from his ploy. I take full responsibility for my actions. Sword King Feiyun has only followed my advice the entire time. He never failed his duty. Jingwei, you're a cunning man who has his sights on the end goal. I believe you. Bailey Yutian nodded, but then his visage darkened as bloodthirst shone in his eyes. But you all know that I only care about Tao and my pursuit of it. The only reason I formed this empire is to make it easier for me to get closer. And where do I find it? In the divine swords. I've completed my inspection of the central area's sundering sword, and it won't bring me any new insight. For this reason I am in need to find the other four lands' divine swords and understand their design, so that I may one day break the heavens and reach higher. I went as far as waging war with them, all for the swords. Central area wouldn't care about them as long as they sent them over. But they refused me and fought me. Now that I came out and heard that the Sword King Feiyun has brought with him the soaring sword to the central area, I couldn't be happier. But in only a few days you lost it as well? Are you trying to toy with my feelings? Bailey Jingwei and Shangguan Feiyun gave a frightened bow as they declared, Never. I know you wouldn't, but maybe you didn't care enough? Glaring at them, Bailey Yutian's only interest on this wide green earth were those divine swords. The only reason the strongest man in the world did not immediately use violence to curb his rage on these disappointing men was because they were too important. Understanding his anger, Bailey Jingwei shook like a leaf. Danqing Xin stepped in and bowed as he took their side. Sword Patriarch, Prime Minister has fallen to the enemy's cunning ploy and lost the divine sword, but he has been vanquished, no longer plaguing our empire. What does it matter? The sword's still taken. Bailey Yutian rumbled. Bailey Jingwei scrunched up his nerve to risk it, saying, Patriarch, I've been useless and the thief escaped. I did not succeed in bringing him to justice. What? Shangguan Feiyun's shock echoed around, before even Bailey Yutian got to say anything. Prime Minister, didn't Brother Dan and the kid? Why are you saying he escaped? Bailey Jingwei spoke with great pain to his pride. I thought so as well, but the one who sold the demon spirit stones to the Serene Shores Trading was a man with a child on his back, matching his description. Furthermore, Murong Shui saw him as well and confirmed how he announced himself as Gu Yifan. That's not possible! Shangguan Feiyun gasped in disbelief. How can a dead guy reappear in the central area and in just 3 days cause a mess of the imperial capital by killing almost half of its officials? Is it some vengeful ghost? Bailey Jingwei sighed. If only it were that. I fear he pulled a great escape from right under my eyes and enacted an even crueler ploy. He's too shrewd, my first time encountering such a vile and calculating mind. Bailey Jingwei looked filled with regret. Bailey Yutian watched them talk and sighed. In other words, you don't even know if he's dead, and that he disappeared from under you after having his fun with you. Yes, Patriarch. Bailey Jingwei sighed and lowered his head. Ever since he found out Zhuofan was still drawing breath, he felt crushed. His confidence gone, he felt humiliated how the enemy just waltzed around and did his thing to ruin the place under his governance. Bailey Yutian nodded and spoke. Jingwei, I have noticed your talent in deeper thinking, the best in your field, at the top of your game. First hearing about this matter, I thought it was due to gross negligence, only to see it for the truth. You did your best, but met your true adversary. This is good. I ask for Patriarch's punishment. No, your failure is the greatest punishment for you. You're not the wisest after all. Bailey Yutian grinned. A man who only knew success will be excited at meeting his match, only to feel crushed in the end, having lost his confidence as being the best. It is the greatest blow to any man of great talent, that to his pride. There's no need to punish you, not when you're already punishing yourself. Bailey Jingwei shook and gnashed his teeth in shame. Bailey Yutian continued, You should thank the heavens for giving you an opponent. If you were like me, undefeated all your life and only looking at the heavens and dismissing anything around you, you'll come to understand the meaning of loneliness. Such excellence will always be accompanied by solitude. Maybe it's heaven's punishment for me, for I'm too strong. Show off. Everyone's faces twitched at Invincible Sword's overblown hubris. No matter how I hear it, it sounds like you're tooting your horn. We get it, you're at the top of the world compared to us in martial arts, but could you keep it down a little? You're seriously asking for it. Then again, no one will try and give it to you either. At the very least, make a bit of effort and think of our feelings, please? The 9 Sword Kings were men of status and pride, though now cut to the quick by this guy's bragging sighing. They shook their heads, feeling like ants in front of such a monster. However, they would never let their hearts speak. Ever Bailey Jingwei bowed convinced. I shall take Patriarch's advice to heart and will strive to fight him next time and win. Also, I have one more thing to report that may brighten Patriarch's mood. What is it? Northern Land's best in Sea Sect, also the strongest in their land, Ouyang Lingtian, has been gravely wounded from fighting the North Sea's sea demon, and the land is weakened. They have no leader now, and it's the best moment to strike. Very few people there could make use of the heaven-sealing sword's power, with no one better at it than Ouyang Lingtian. This way we invade the North Sea's outback and take the divine sword. Bailey Yutian's eyes shone and shouted with joy, The sea demon of the North Sea is ruthless. I once fought him myself, since no man could best me, but it would have been so much worse if I had become weakened in the northern lands. What if someone took advantage and killed me? The greatest shame is dying at a nobody's hands. That's why I had yet to truly experience the sea demon's skills. It seems now that the demon is quite amazing. Going to northern lands might give me another chance to fight him. Ha ha ha. Bailey Yutian laughed, but Bailey Jingshi shook his hand. Patriarch is going into enemy territory by himself? That's too dangerous? What if they join forces? No matter, because they'll never get the chance, humph. Bailey Jingwei was practically basking in victory by now. This way, in our war with the Four Lands, the main battlefield will be on the northern lands. It also happens that Shangguan clan took the sword northbound. We'll snatch that one as well. Chapter 976, Devil Mountain Again. Chapter 976, Devil Mountain Again. Proofreader, Papatonks. Senior Uncle, did something happen lately? Why are so many experts of our sex going for Double Dragon Manor? Isn't it obvious? Only something huge could warrant such actions. For an urgent gathering to be held by calling every expert of the sect, it means something happened at the borders of our land. Western lands will no longer be peaceful now, awaiting to be plunged into a sea of blood. Will something happen to us? With us being the head of the superior 3 sects, Ultimate Clarity Sect, we would be standing right in front of it. Humph, what does a disciple know? We may be somewhat known in the western lands, but we're nothing beyond it to the other lands. Once disaster strikes, the bigger the sect, the higher the body count. It's all up to the heavens above now. That cruel. On a clear sky, with the sun's twilight glow basking unimpeded on the tranquil land, and the murmur of creeks teasing one's hearing, a man and a youth were hovering in the air with a constant frown, investigating the disaster about to follow. The two-side a piercing shriek rang out, with the sky dimming, birds scrambling away, and a whirlwind causing havoc through the area as a humongous shadow with 3 heads and wings covered the sky. The sudden huge surge of power sent all the beasts shivering in their dens, prostrating before it like its eternal servants. The man and youth squinted and panicked, hearts stuck in their throat. The youth felt so much dread he was about to wet himself, clutching tight to his only lifeline, the man, and crying for his life. As senior uncle, what was that thing? It has such horrible power. And 9th level spiritual beast, the 3-headed crow. The old man stammered in fear and the youth gulped down hard. Senior uncle, can you take on such a beast? The hell I can. The 9th level spiritual beast is a monarch among beasts. It'll be hard for even dozens of peak Genesis experts to get close, let alone me, in the 5th layer. I'll only get killed. Be quiet and let it pass. Don't piss it off. Wiping the sweat off his brow, the old man grabbed the youth's hand, not budging an inch, afraid the slightest movement might irk the shadow passing over and turn them into fertilizer. But then the humongous beast stopped on top of them, leaving a gust of strong winds to seep into their very bones. Gulping loudly, the youth looked devastated and saw the old man shivering. Senior uncle, why did it stop? Did it find us? Will it eat us alive? Stop panicking. Maybe it's taking a rest. Yes, that's it. The old man's face twitched. A 9th level spiritual beast is a king and never needs to hunt, having the spiritual beasts under it feeding it. Something's off about this 9th level spiritual beast, coming out in broad daylight. Did something happen that caught its attention? Anyway, we should be fine as long as we don't disturb it. Senior uncle, is this why the Double Dragon Manor has called for a land-wide meeting? I hope not, or not even 100 peak Genesis experts will be enough to be considered this thing's appetizer. The old man's face shook at the youth's wild guess. Beast and man are quite harmonious. Just why do we have to go out killing each other? Love, that's what the world is missing. I second that. I hope the big bird will also have senior uncle's capacity for love. The youth bobbed his head in fear beneath the humongous shadow. One man and one youth stood frozen from fear, only staring at the thing above with ardent wishes that it would just go away, though time showed it had no such plans to cater to their whims. With a cold voice coming from up above, "Are you two from Ultimate Clarity Sect?" "It can talk." The youth gasped. Senior uncle, can a spiritual beast at the 9th level gain human speech? The old man was quite perplexed. Such high-level beasts are a rarity. It's unclear if they do speak, but then again, I never heard any rumors about spiritual beasts that could. Hey you, it's not the spiritual beast talking but me. The voice sounded again, this time clearly from somewhere on its back. A tiny dot popped from the middle head of the bird, looking faintly human in shape. Could you please tell me if you're from Ultimate Clarity Sect or not? The two were floored, their mouths twitching, and too shocked to reply. There's someone riding a 9th level spiritual beast. What kind of ungodly expert could restrain such a mighty beast? It alone can take on dozens of Genesis experts, a literal king of beasts. The two were out of it for ages, making the guy up top have a wry smile at their shock. If you keep silent any longer, I'll take you for corpses and have my spiritual beast eat you. No, 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 please don't do that, sir. We are from Ultimate Clarity Sect indeed. How may we help you, sir? The two waved frantically at him to stop, scared out of their minds. While sweating buckets, the man continued. Could you tell me if this is Ultimate Clarity Sect's domain, or do I still have ways to go? Why are you going there? The old man craned his head up with a shuddering heart. Has my sect done something to you, sir? Why would you bring such a ferocious beast to Ultimate Clarity Sect? The man laughed. That's not it, I have nothing against your sect. On the contrary, having some friends instead, like Yi Lin, Wu Qingqiu and more. You know them? This spiritual beast is only my ride. But if you guys don't tell me, then something is brewing here and I'll have to dispense with the pleasantries. First have you for snacks, then destroy your sect, and lastly. Wait, sir. Please calm down. We'll tell you. The old man was scared to death as he hurried to cup his hands. To be honest, we are on our way there, but it will take 10 days with my speed to reach the sect, while with Sir's spiritual beast's uncanny speed. An hour will do. One of the crow's heads turned to its middle head and said, Sir, let us go on. The sun's twilight rays shone the back of the three-headed crow and revealed the face of its passenger. Looking at young Sanzi next to him, Zhuofan nodded and said, Thank you. I have once been to your great sect, but it has been a short event and I have forgotten the way since then. Let us meet again someday, ha ha ha. Zhuofan signaled and the crow flapped its wings. It really talks. The youth pointed a shivering finger at the beast with a gaping mouth. The old man was too stunned to react. It was his first time hearing spiritual beasts speak. Zhuofan chuckled on the bird's back, shouting, Yep, that last part wasn't me but the spiritual beast, ha ha. Wait, sir. Would it be possible to tell the two of us of your noble reason for visiting our sect? The old man cupped his hands again and stopped Zhuofan from leaving. Well, he did show me the way and has no clue who I am. If by some misfortune I had ill will, getting his sect in trouble, he would be crushed. What will Double Dragon Manor's name become in Western lands when he comes to them for justice? Getting his worry, Zhuofan's eyes lit up and said, There have been some vile men hurting one of our fellow disciples and sect leader destroyed 5 sects in his rage. Now that the world has stirred again, the people of Devil Mountain will kick up a storm, ha ha ha. The three-headed crow vanished with its 2 passengers, leaving behind violent whirlwinds, howling like the demons of the underworld. The man and youth were shaking in the savage winds, coughing and looking at the destruction around with shock. Holy hell! One flap of a 9th-level spiritual beast's wings is so brutal that the world is in ruins. Looking at the devastation, it looked like the end of days. As the youth stared dumbfounded and muttered, the old man was stunned as well, mulling over Zhuofan's words. Does he mean that another disciple of Devil Mountain has come out? Senior uncle, what's that about Devil Mountain? The youth asked the frowning old man, who said, Disciple, haven't you heard of the 5 sects coming to ruin 2 years ago? You mean? That was Devil Mountain. With a shaking brow, the old man sighed. Because of the fights between the sects, a prominent disciple fell victim. No one knew he was actually part of the mysterious sect, Devil Mountain. Thus, the sect master, Overlord 9 Serenities, came himself to avenge his death by purging 5 sects and left behind his ungodly power that shook the land. Not even Double Dragon Manor could offend him. Yet after only 2 years, this mystery sect has now appeared again, sending its disciple into the world. And he actually rode a 9th-level spiritual beast. They have learned their lesson, I see. As for us, this embodies ill news and turmoil. The youth was overwhelmed as he nodded out of reflex. A 9th-level spiritual beast is quite flashy. Devil Mountain is like a tyrant, but where is it? I'd like to be their disciple? What did you say? Nothing, just thinking out loud, ha ha ha. Chapter 977, A Shrew's Pep Talk. Chapter 977, A Shrew's Pep Talk. Proofreader, Papatonks. Boom. There was this space where golden flames licked every inch, with heat turned so high you'd bake, and the constant crackling sounded as if the earth itself was cooked. Bolts of purple lightning flashed all around, briefly interrupted by the appearance of a 100-meter large bird. It released violent flashes at the dangerous golden flames, erasing them in a terrifying explosion, but as the golden flames around vanished, what stood in their place was a 300-meter dragon, towering like a mountain with its huge eye showing pride whoosh. The purple bird landed, then it turned into a 7-year-old girl, looking curiously at the large creature. Dragon Ancestor, is today's training over? That was fast. Ha ha ha, it is, since we have guests. The dragon's rumbling laughter sounded, then one sharp talon swept the air ripped and showed a bright sun on the other side and a mild wind rustling the trees around a creek, but also a very familiar man. He entered into this space and smiled. Dragon Ancestor sure is amazing. I just came and you already noticed. Father! The adorable girl lit up and jumped in the man's arms joyfully. The man staggered, but hugged the girl back with laughter. Chiaoer, it's been so long. I see you had been doing great in here. Father, did you come for me? Chiaoer's eyes sparkled with childish hope. Zhuofan rubbed her head with sorrow, shaking his head. It's not up to me when you can leave. Dragon Ancestor has the last say. He will let you go once he believes you have the strength to hold your own in the big world outside. Dragon Ancestor, can I go with Father? I've learned all you've taught me. Chiaoer swished her head around to the huge dragon with a puppy look. These 2 years away from Zhuofan had been like ages to her, and she had missed her father dearly. Dragon Ancestor stared hard at Zhuofan instead. Kid, it can't be you came all this way just to catch up. What happened? Dragon Ancestor is amazing yet again. I just can't hide anything from your discerning eye. Zhuofan showed a trace of sorrow, then he flicked his hand and young Sanzi's feeble body appeared. Chiaoer saw Gu Santong so weary and cried, What happened to brother? Qilin? Dragon Ancestor saw young Sanzi for the first time, but one look was enough to recognize his origins. Tell me what happened. Zhuofan sighed and nodded with a heavy look as he retold the events he went through the last couple of years, finishing with, I didn't know the sacred weapons had such power over sacred beasts. It's my mistake. Now that I know where Heaven's sealing Cao is, Kunpeng said that with you two's seal on young Sanzi's soul and body, it will keep him stable until I find Cao to save him. Oh, Kunpeng isn't wrong about that. Heaven's sealing Cao can handle this. Dragon Ancestor nodded and his eyes shone. His huge claw shot forth and golden flames fell on young Sanzi's body like stars. On his main acupoints, Dragon Ancestor placed the claw over young Sanzi and let the golden flames cover him, letting its power seep into him. Young Sanzi began to show a golden glow this time, covering him completely, and the child's cheeks looked a healthier pink. Dragon Ancestor sighed. The little Qilin will be fine for a while. Take him to Cao, but you need to exercise extreme caution around that guy. He hates humans with a passion. When you do finally meet him, you won't even get the chance to speak before the old bastard would splatter you. The young Qilin will be left for dead and you'll become a bloody stain under his palm. He's still wild and can't speak. No, he just doesn't trust human words. Dragon Ancestor sighed. He lost one of his eyes to a human, and healing it proved difficult. This is why he sees humans as bitter enemies, making him go mad. Zhuofan's eyes shook. A human took his eye? Who? Sword Sovereign. Dragon Ancestor let out a long sigh. You must be fast to explain your purpose, or maybe just throw little Qilin over without even talking. I don't think you'll even have time to get even one word out before you become his meal. Zhuofan was stunned and gave a hard nod with a grim look. Sacred beasts were the strongest in this world, needing but an instant to kill anyone even if sealed in the mortal domain. With Cao killing any human he saw, talking would be pointless. It dawned on him just how risky his search had now become. Chiaoer picked up on the dangers around this task and said, Dragon Ancestor, then I can just go with Father and help him. Don't argue. It's too dangerous this time. Anything could happen going against a crazed sacred beast. Young Sanzi is bad enough. I can't have you hurt as well. Zhuofan refused on the spot. Dragon Ancestor actually took Qiaoer's side. This time she can go, maybe she can really help you in this. She is a fledgling sacred beast, and that old CAO might give you some time on account of her, enough to state your purpose. And Qiaoer is strong enough to help you out as well, while also turning this trip into a learning experience for her. Qiaoer skipped with glee and Zhuofan gave a weak nod. After a long pause. He knew Dragon Ancestor had put a lot of work in Qiaoer and was not just about to give her up. What was the point of the last 2 years of training anyway? Dragon Ancestor must be convinced she could go out. And if he thought so, then Zhuofan had no reason to doubt the old dragon's judgment. Zhuofan reached out his hand, his tone as earnest as he knew how. Senior Dragon Ancestor, this is a serious matter. Could you spare some assistance for this noble cause? What's with you? Could you possibly give me, say, 10 more dragon breath pills? Blinking his big purdy eyes, Zhuofan begged without qualms. Facing that lunatic, I'll need further assistance. Facing a sacred beast without Dragon Ancestor's much-needed support will wring my little life dry from these feeble bones. I ask Dragon Ancestor to think of the end goal and give me all the help you can. If not 10, 5 will do just as fine. Dragon Ancestor's big eye twitched, giving a wry smile. Kid, funny you should mention the end goal when you used one of my dragon breath pill on that nobody sect in the mortal domain. Did you forget how each of them is an all-out attack from me? With me stuck in the mortal domain and unable to recover my energy, you think I can pop out dragon breath pills like candy? Those 3 were the limit of my reserve. Yet you, rotten good for nothing actually. Oh fine, I get it. Zhuofan gave a dismissive wave and grinned. I know you're stuck here, but think of young Sanzi's future. Is Senior that cold to the child's fate? And even if you are, you should at least value him for being on the Sacred Beast team in the final battle. He's clearly a valuable asset. Are you just going to let him pass on? Humph, Kuanping is so treacherous, aware of the danger CAO posed but never mentioned it. Yet even so, he still had a 9th-level spiritual beast come with me to help on this journey. While you go on and on about how he sold you guys out, but won't that make you worse than him since you aren't giving one measly help? Zhuofan gave him a scornful look, making the Dragon Ancestor snap at him in annoyance. You say I'm worse than him? Humph, so he got the All-Beast mountain range yet only sent some 9th-level spiritual beast? In here, I'm the only one left or I would have had an army go with you. Bragging much? Actions speak louder than words. Zhuofan taunted, groaning inside. Dragon Ancestor gnashed his fangs and spewed out 10 golden balls the size of a hand. He then started wheezing. Kid, don't ever say I didn't help you. These small dragon breath pills are all that's left and you'll have to make do. They can't handle the old monster, but you can still use them to clear your path. This is all I can do to help, humph. Chapter 978. Full Support. Chapter 978. Full Support. Proofreader, Papatonks. Thank you so much, Dragon Ancestor. I've gone overboard just now. Looking at those now weary eyes, Zhuofan expressed his gratitude and turned to Qiaoer. Take the 10 small dragon breath pills and take care of yourself. Zhuofan placed young Sanzi in his ring and walked for the exit. Qiaoer bobbed her cute head and placed the golden fireballs in her own ring before following after her. Dad Dragon Ancestor shook as he watched Zhuofan's smug figure. The kid cheated me out of those 10 dragon breath pills, though not for himself but for Qiaoer. What happened to the little Qilin has served as a hard lesson. He really does see those beasts as his son and daughter. A human. CAO, did you ever think that a human would care so much for a spiritual beast? Ack! Zhuofan suddenly felt his left eye flicker with the black thunder flame and held it in pain as it bled. Father, what's wrong? Qiaoer cried in concern. Zhuofan shook his head, but the Dragon Ancestor knew. Kid, try to use that eye less. Father's eye. Qiaoer looked at Dragon Ancestor puzzled. Dragon Ancestor, what's wrong with Father's eye? The dragon stared at Shwefan, who needed a bit of time before recovering. He wiped the blood from his eye and forced a smile. "Thank you, Dragon Ancestor, for your care. I'm fine." "Fine?" Dragon Ancestor scoffed. "You know exactly how fine it is, better than me. The danger that I poses isn't just to your opponent. I'm certain you noticed from the start. The apocalyptic thunder flame eye's greatest difference from Heavenly Sovereign's purple lightning golden eye isn't its great power, but volatility. You think the fusion of 4 sacred beast powers is that easy to handle? Keep playing with fire and you'll only get burned." Shwefan's eyes shook, but then put on a stoic look. "This eye saved me and young Sansi. If next time it will burn me, I'll be sure to drag the enemy down with me." Grinning, Shwefan pulled Xiaoer's hand and left the space. To the world outside, Dragon Ancestor remained behind with a speechless look. The demonic cultivator brat actually knows the value of sacrifice. He looks more and more like 9 Serenities. Is it the cultivation method or the inheritance, or maybe? Shwefan rushed towards the North Sea with his daughter, while the other 3 lands got Northern lands call for help. The Central Area's empire was on the move at Double Dragon Manor. The 9 sects of Western lands had gathered at Heaven-reaching Pavilion, all sporting heavy looks. This time's meeting was a complete shuffle from the one 2 years ago, with 5 sects laid to waste. New powers came out of the woodwork to fill the gap. Despite being weaker, they had the support of Double Dragon Manor to speed up their growth. One in particular among these new up-and-comers was quite eye-catching with its constant expansion of power, the Luo alliance hailing from the Tianyu Empire. The head of power in this faction was the top clan in Tianyu, Luo clan. No one had any inkling how on earth this no-name clan even got to experience such unprecedented growth. Not even Double Dragon Manor could explain it in just 2 short years. It went from the previous top lower 3 sect power to being a middle 3 sect in strength. It simply dwarfed those other new factions that didn't even have a third of a lower 3 sect strength. It was the brightest star in the whole of Western lands, and that was just the start. What made the Luo alliance so incredible and worthy of everyone's respect was its sudden rise, being completely different from the Sword Star Empire's imperial family's reign. What was similar was how they were not like sects, only focused on cultivation and ignoring the people around. The Luo alliance and the Sword Star Empire were similar in how they were made up of people from all walks of life, from farmers to officials. At its core was a military clan, leading troops to gain new lands. The alliance had all grounds covered with the help of its generals and strategists, covering up both the power and the governing aspects, much like a small empire. An empire that was growing by the day. It actually got so good when it came to military matters that the Western lands' military aspects had the Luo alliance in charge of them. Some even believed that if not for the Sword Star Empire having the entire central area in its grasp and threatening the other 4 lands, the Luo alliance's mild and nurturing environment would lead it to become just another behemoth. Alas, ifs had no place in this world. The Sword Star Empire was the strongest, barn one, drawing the fledgling Luo alliance into becoming a member of the ever-growing resistance against their onslaught, and making its future uncertain. As with all things, only the first would go down in history, while the second would be forever swallowed by the forgotten ages. In many instances, there was only one victor, with the second plagued with mediocrity. It would either surpass the first or forever be in his shadow. This painted the Luo clan's awkward situation. It had the potential to become a second Sword Star Empire, but not the time. One needed time. Fate and luck. Shwefan had laid the groundwork for them to build on, but not even he could fight the world's nature. The timing to hold a land for itself had passed, and now they had to wait for the next. The people had gathered in a narrow room, with Luo Yunhai, the alliance leader, flanked by Zhuge Changfeng and Ling Wuchang. As he frowned in thought at everyone, the exalted double dragons had taken the main seats with heavy looks, holding a jade slip and pensive. Exalted He Ran began at last. "People, I have called for you today, elders, venerables, sect leaders and clan leaders, to discuss a very sensitive and important topic. Sword Star Empire is on the move. What? Everyone tense at the grave news, throwing the room in chaos from their loud attempts at finding more from the ones next to them. Only Luo Yunhai's team remained firm and silent, more like find nothing. These Sect's decrepit fools have no idea what it means to have someone stab you in the back. They did not have the calmness required by war. Eyeing them coldly, Leng Wuchang and Zhuge Chongfeng shook their heads. Him. Exalted by Mei cleared his voice and said, I have good news and bad news. The good news, Eastern Land's Shangguan clan head, has succeeded in retrieving the soaring sword from the traitorous Shangguan Feiyun. The bad news, not long ago, the strongest in Northern Lands had fought with the North Sea Demon and suffered grave injuries. Sword Star Empires capitalized on this, and is now marching on Northern Lands to plunder the heaven-sealing divine sword. The Sea Bright sect is calling for help from everywhere, hoping to unite against the Central Area's assault. Exalted, who are they sending in this time for the Northern Lands to be so desperate to ask for help? One man asked. Exalted Rant's eyes grew dark. 16 people have entered Northern Lands. The one leading the juniors is Sword Star's Crown Prince, to temper himself, while Invincible Sword leads the other. Bailey Yutian, SSS. Everyone gasped from shock. The monster comes out himself? No wonder Northern Lands are in panic. Exalted Rand sighed, that's the least of our problems. Bailey Yutian isn't alone, having with him 5 sword kings of the Bailey clan. Oh right, you must have only heard of this title used in Sword Star Empire but don't know their power. Then here it is. Our strongest man, Dan Qingshen, is now the dragon-cleaving sword king of the central area. He's a sword king. Yes. In other words, every sword king is on Dan Qingshen's level at least. There are 8 more beside him that are defending the central area, and above them stand Invincible Sword, Bailey Yutian. Exalted Rant's eyes shook and gnashed his teeth. I never even realized how Sword Star Empire has gotten so strong. Bailey Yutian aside, now the Empire has grown so strong it will make even the Four Lands Alliance experience heavy losses in a war. Everyone started and paled. How did one even begin to fight that? And their western lands had just lost 5 sects 2 years ago, becoming the weakest area. They would suffer even more in such a war. Only Luo Yunhai's eyes shone and cupped his hands. Exalted, what are your thoughts regarding Northern Land's plea? The Exalted gave him a long look and nodded inside. The Luo clan is amazing indeed to have that kid come from them. All the other sect elders were looking scared for their lives at such grave news, while only the Luo clan was firm, thinking of the next step, a true military clan. Chapter 979. Lucky Charm. Chapter 979. Lucky Charm. Proofreader, Papatonks. Luo clan head, after we finish the meeting, us 2 will take half of Double Dragon Manor's experts along with Yi Lin and the other outstanding disciples, to help Northern Lands and stop Invincible Sword's savage power from lighting the whole area on fire. Exalted Rand spoke after a pause. Luo Yunhai pondered and then shook his head. Double Dragon Manor is the cornerstone of Western Lands' power. Taking half of that will leave it an empty shell. The odds are high for the Sword Star Empire to use this to his advantage by luring out our forces. Here, Exalted, please don't go. We can't just give up our own home just for the Northern Lands people. One elder jumped to his feet and cupped his hands. A Hellion Flame elder, Luo Yuhai, did not let the Exalted speak, continuing, but not going isn't an option either. After they take the heaven-sealing sword they'll fix their eyes on us. How long do you think we'll last? What's worse, by not answering the call for help will make the Four-Land Alliance moot, with neither believing the other. Won't that also fall in the enemy's plan? The elder deflated as he said, Luo clan head, you've been talking all this time, but where are you going with this? We can't save but must save. Are you just running your mouth? Not at all. Leng Wuchang smiled. I ask that elder understands these aren't mere ramblings, but clan-head speculations of the situation. Only through analysis of the matter at hand can we take the right course of action. And how we act isn't our clan-head's call, but the Exalted. My clan-head is only giving advice, ha ha ha. The man's face twitched, having just gotten served, but anger got the best of him, evident by the forceful tone. There's no end to shrewd men from the Luo clan I see, knowing how to weave words. Then I won't spend my time with you. Please, we're simply stating facts, ha ha ha. Leng Wuchang spoke exalted. He Ran gave him a sharp look, then his firm voice echoed. It's true, I almost forgot how Luo clan has many sharp minds. I would like to ask your counsel about such a complicated problem. I dare presume you to be the two of Luo Alliance's 3 sages, Leng Wuchang and Zhuge Chongfeng, Sir Ling and Steward Zhuge? Exalted, you honor us. The two stood and bowed with wide smiles. Exalted by Mei nodded. Going by your judgment, what do you two think we should do next? They shared a smile and Zhuge Chongfeng took the lead to explain. Exalted, our clan head has been more than clear. By ignoring the Northern Lands plea, our safety will be short-lived, followed by losing everyone's respect. On the other hand, jumping to its rescue will invite disaster. Danger will come to the Western Lands regardless, sooner or later. I could only defer to Exalted's decision. Zhuge Chongfeng hadn't been a prime minister for nothing. His speech was flawless. He was getting one abundantly clear point across. We're here to dish advice. You're the one calling the shots, especially since both paths are fraught with danger. But don't come to us to settle your problems. We've already given you an early reminder, but you wouldn't listen. Steward Zhuge, your reputation precedes you, ha ha ha. Exalted read between the lines and chuckled. He's still hanging it over us. Sigh, just why are we making the call? This would absolve the Luo clan of any responsibility for when everything went south. Double Dragon Manor just lost a scapegoat, ha ha ha. Now I see how the tiny clan experienced exponential growth. Not even the gatekeeper is average. Sighing, the two faced the problem once more, now with a little more clarity. By assisting Northern Lands, their own home would be left empty, ripe for the taking. But that was just a short-term loss. While the alliance would stay strong while ignoring Northern Lands' plea was the knee-jerk reaction, giving them a short respite of safety while losing the trust of the other lands, making the next time they fought the central area that much harder. Exalted's eyes shone, having come to a decision. We go to Northern Lands' rescue. I shall leave our home's safety in everyone's hands, especially the Luo Alliance and their skilled military conduct. You are to be vigilant against the central area and take full responsibility and authority. Exalted, we will. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. Double Dragon Manor had made its decision, or to be more particular about it, it had been made since the start. They only called this meeting to get them all along with it, lest someone got any bright ideas and screwed everything up. The two had yet to leave as an aged hand was raised. Exalted Sirs, I wish to report something. What? Exalted He Ran spoke. Your ultimate clarity sects Elder Su, right? What's so urgent that you need to tell us? The elder stood up, revealing him to be the same man that had met with Zhuofan on his trip to Ultimate Clarity Sect. Looking hesitant, the old man frowned as he muttered, Exalted Sirs, something of great importance must be shared with you and everyone else. I ask that you refrain from testing everyone you meet in your journeys, lest you invite disaster. What are you yapping about, you old coot? Spit it out already. The other seated men started getting annoyed with his drawling. The elder sighed and said something that had everyone's eyes bugged out. A disciple of Devil Mountain has appeared again. SSS. A unanimous gasp resounded throughout the room, with everyone freezing on their spots, more panicked than even hearing of Invincible Sword and the 9 Sword Kings 2 years ago. The Western Lands had been quaking with the news of a one overlord 9 Serenity's power. Now Devil Mountain had sent another of their disciples into the world, and they couldn't have picked a worse time. Two hearts racing in their chests, trying to gulp down their anxiety. They along with Exalted would really like to avoid having to meet that dreaded old freak again, even more so than Invincible Sword. Old coot, are you certain? Don't scare us now. With all wiping their ever-soaking brows, some in particular were getting panicky. These were all people who liked causing a scene. They were mavericks through and through, but circumstances called for them to bend a knee and be nice for a change, lest they would like to feel the wrath and destruction that got 5 sects wiped off the face of this world on their very skin. They had no concept of turning the other cheek, not when they enjoyed striking first. The only ones that had their blood run cold weren't stronger and nice folks, but those worse than them. It was safe to say Devil Mountain was such an abomination, a pit of demons that would destroy them, and then some. At the mere sight of any of their disciples last time Zhuofan's display had the sects stirring at Double Dragon Gathering, making the Overlord 9 Serenities come out to wreck 5 sections. Now that another disciple showed up, what were they supposed to do? While utterly confused, fear dominated among these men. Exalted Hey Ran snapped at the elder. Speak clearly and in detail, man. Gulping hard, the man nodded and presented his full report. Everyone was rendered speechless once he finished. Oh hell, the guy's even riding a 9th level. Yep. He's from Devil Mountain all right. Only that weird place has such freak. It's also clear Overlord 9 Serenities learned his lesson last time and sent a freaky spiritual beast to safeguard his disciples. Western Lands sects had better tuck their tails, or else. Exalted Hey Ran cleared his voice and mumbled, By May and I will be leaving in a few days. The rest of you need to behave while we're gone. Screw you. You're leaving awfully fast now that you know Devil Mountain is out again. You just can't wait to save Northern Lands from Invincible Sword? At least you can fight him, while Overlord 9 Serenities is impossible to even touch. Those scheming old coots. The Exalted got only dirty looks from the rest. Also, we're taking Qin Qing as well. As a core disciple, it's good for her to learn about the world. Ha ha ha. Exalted by May shouted with a dry laugh. To hell with you. You old geezers are taking even the lucky charm with you, but what about us? Everyone's faces twitched, with the whole of Western Lands knowing that Devil Mountain was only ever nice with the widow Chu Qinqing with her along. On the off chance they stepped on Devil Mountain's toes, they were safe behind her. Under her shield of love, these 2 old coots would be mighty relaxed, earning everyone else's ire, of course. At a crater of a volcano in the southern lands, a girl was holding a jade slip while looking around. She handed the slip to a man with soaked eyebrows and said, Brother, Northern Lands is calling for help. Bring me the decimating sword. You're not even asking for details. Our 4 Lands alliance is a promise set in stone. There's no need to doubt it. The large man spoke calmly as he left. Murong Shui watched his back with a smile, and turned her bright eyes northbound. You just came back and now you're leaving. A scarlet sword whirled through a heavy snowstorm, with 3 old men surrounding it and making hand signs. Shangguan Feixiong rushed over nervously. It's still sealed. I don't know what that boy did to it, but not even us 3 together can't unseal its sword spirit. Blast it, I knew he gave up the sword too easily. He screwed us over. Shangguan Feixiong raged. Damn you, Gu Yifan. What damn use do I have for this useless thing after you sealed its spirit? How am I supposed to fight Invincible Sword now? Once I get my hands on you I'll tear you to pieces. Shangguan Feixiong gnashed his teeth with Shangguan Qinyan sighing nearby, her eyes filled with longing. She had no idea Zhuofan was on a mad dash to the cold north as well. Chapter 980, Northern Lands. Chapter 980, Northern Lands. Proofreader, Papatonks. Northern Lands, the northest area among the 5, had 80% of it composed of a huge sea, battered by ice and snow all year round. A world of bitter cold. This harsh environment led to few sects or cultivating clans due to the sparse resources, including spirit mines. What this land had that no other did, however, was the wondrous and many miraculous ingredients found behind those savage waves. This made it all the worthwhile for humans to consider this harsh region their home, filled with the prospects of unearthing the sea's next great miracle. The results proved to be of great satisfaction to them as well, as with how rare the baubles found on the seabed were. The northern lands became the main supplier to the world's rarest items. What topped them all was the North Sea gel coming out of the watery abyss at some point and hailed as a wonder cure for anything and every known ailment. It was worth fighting and even dying for. The only problem was, a sea demon was guarding it, making getting it all the more difficult and deadly. With this strong sea demon's sudden appearance, their access to the sea was cut off, making it dangerous to even access the usual mining or hunting fishing spots out at sea. This spelled disaster for the northern lands, especially how barren it was to begin with. They were left to watch the glittering jewels behind a tempered glass, and with a buffed guard in front of it for every venture into the sea would exact a terrible price whenever the sea demon appeared, making it a miracle if even a tenth survived. For the good of all the cultivators in northern lands, Sea Bright Sect's strongest, Ouyang Lingtian, had not long ago taken the greatest treasure of northern lands, the heaven-sealing divine sword, to challenge the savage sea demon and settle things. Once and for all, the hero everyone worshipped ended up not even able to see the sea demon's face as the demon flung him back and gravely wounded him in just one clash. The people were already rejoicing about their returned access to wealth, but then left dumbstruck at the outcome. The sea demon was beyond anyone's comprehension, even dispensing with the strongest of the northern lands like one does a child. The sea demon didn't even have to come out of the mist, taunting and ridiculing the insignificance of humans. Everyone paled at its words, suddenly losing all interest in the sea's riches. Sadly, when it rains, it pours. No one knew who the bastard was that leaked how their strongest man got hurt, but Central Area's Sword Star Empire heard it loud and clear, rejoicing by sending their own men over to steal their sword as thanks in the form of a team led personally by none other than Invincible Sword. This news sent the whole land into panic and fear. They didn't even have the chance to prepare, as 3 months ago, Invincible Sword's team mowed down any resistance and marched deep into the northern lands' hinterlands. The people were now desperate as the strongest and most ruthless man in the world had barged into the heart of their home, his cold blade hanging dangerously close to their heads. The entire northern lands was in a state of constant anxiety for another 3 months from the real danger Invincible Sword's team posed. Yet the strongest man did nothing outrageous, and seemed to have vanished. The unknown was far scarier now, since they did not know where he could be hiding, in their own home no less, ready to pounce on them when they least expected it. Fell upon the cold and bitter land as another layer of ice to add to the people's misery, making them shiver without stop. This, however, proved to be of no concern to a certain someone, not one bit. Who? Zhuofan's breath steamed as he smiled. Qiaoer, we're finally in northern lands. Now we just have to get to the North Sea shore. I wonder how far it is. But father, why couldn't we just keep riding that big bird? It's going to take ages to reach the shore now. He was holding the hand of a 7-year-old adorable girl, though she was frowning at him. Zhuofan sighed. Qiaoer, you don't know human nature. Northern lands are now wound tighter than a violin, scared of their own shadow. Fear can lead to insanity, and riding the 3-headed crow would be too eye-catching, painting a target on our backs. We have no chance fighting an angry mob on our tail, and would only delay our journey. Remember this well, discretion is the better side of valor. Going in blindly will only make things worse and waste time. Especially with you kids being so fickle, we'll never hear the end of it. Qiaoer's brow shook, her confused gaze never leaving him. Zhuofan shook his head with a chuckle. I must have gotten silly. Young Sanzi has been around humans for so many years, yet even he had yet to grasp the human's way of life. Chiaoer just left the safety of home, so how could she know the intricacies of humanity? One step at a time. Easing a breath, Zhuofan continued to hold a confused Chiaoer as he walked towards the city. Stop! Who are you and what is your purpose in Sea Bright City? They were most unwelcomed by a big guard at the gate, so deadly serious he even let his soul harmony stage aura out. By all accounts, Zhuofan ought to be ignored with his radiant stage cultivation and Chiaoer's power under tight wrap adorned with his demonic treasures. Yet for some reasons, these guards were quite earnest in their duties, not leaving anything to chance or more like fear drove them up the walls so high they would jump at the slightest rustle. They were all tense that they would see even a bug as a threat in disguise. Zhuofan took out a golden card from his ring, the ones only most honored clients of Serene Shores Trading could have. I'm a merchant with my daughter, here to do business. You're. The big guard's eyes shook in recognition, then he said to the others, I know this man, he's from Serene Shores Trading. I will escort him to handle his business while you stay here and watch anything that moves. Make sure no spy from the central area gets in. The other men nodded then ignored Zhuofan while the big guard immediately showed the way with no more questions on the way. The guard spoke to Zhuofan. Sir, please follow me. I shall take you to our base. Did you guys infiltrate this city? How come even the gate defense? Zhuofan teased the man's side. Business can never break from politics. The company spread its influence to every domain and worked from the shadows just in case. But then the company's base had a major incident and all branches began to use all their assets at the young master's call, tying everyone together. I'm the lowest worker and have been told to show anyone holding that card to the base. I don't even know the other base members or other valued clients, but I'm sure someone will talk to you there. Zhuofan squinted and nodded. Serene Shores Trading's reach really is deep in the Five Lands. Old Wu had been smart, already paving their escape if anything went wrong. I gotta say, I won big time by using the oblivious second young master to make all of this for my personal use. With all the places in northern lands under tight guard, walking around would have been that much harder without this company's help. Now I'm like a fish in water, haha. Zhuofan grinned to himself. The big man had brought them to a local store, quite run down, lacking the glory and polish a big company should have. Zhuofan knew that his new contact with Serene Shores Trading was here. The broken store was a mere front. Shopkeeper, you got a customer. Walking inside the 10 square meters shop, the only display was the counter with some average goods, while behind was a wall with an old door. Next to it stood a thin old man, looking washed up. The big man gave him a look then left. The old man's eyes shone and stared at Zhuofan grinning. Zhuofan pulled Chiaoer over to the old man. He sized up the two newcomers then barely spoke. We were once as glorious as the heavens, now fallen into hell. How may we remedy our plight and once again brave the endless skies? I'll carve a path through mountains of flesh and blood and lead us out the gates of hell, laughing in the face of death. Follow me and we'll fight our way back to our peak. Through a sea of blood and mountain of corpses, I'll carve a path out the gates of hell, laughing in the face of death, until the day we once again grasp the heavens. Zhuofan spoke slowly. The old man nodded with a sigh. I can only hope. Right this way, sir. The old man opened the door behind. Chiaoer, wait here. Telling his daughter to stay, Zhuofan entered the darkness behind the door. Chapter 981, Change of Character. Chapter 981, Change of Character. Proofreader, Papatonks. The dark corridor had no end as Zhuofan walked deeper and deeper. Only after a long time did he notice a glimmer of lamplight arriving there. After more walking, he found 15 people bowing and a table at the side with an oil lamp giving off a poor yellow light. Zhuofan said, You all know northern lands better than I do. I want to see the North Sea's shore. What is your solution? Sir, can see that ever since Invincible sword barged into northern lands, the sects are on edge. The guard is very tight everywhere and making it so hardly anyone can move around. And even if there are some who go, they are thoroughly questioned. Any disturbance that might occur would spell disaster. One youth bowed to Juefan and reported, to avoid such troubles, one must be part of a few special groups. One is made up of disciples, elders and venerables of northern lands' 5 great sects, who can come and go at will as long as their aura matches the signature on their token. Another is made of 3 great merchants in these lands that focus on war preparations. They have 3 specific trading routes to use and dispatch goods to every sect, having earned their trust and thus exempt from any questioning. Juefan frowned in thought. Then what did you prepare for me? Sir, we are indeed among those merchants, but to have Sir form an identity for cover is too hard. It's much easier to fiddle with the commercial line sending reports. The man grinned and showed a token. None know that one of the 3 great merchants of northern lands, the Qian clan, is in fact a Serene Shores trading pawn manipulated from the shadows. It's to prevent the 2 lands from engaging in war, while also removing the populace's hostility and facilitating trade to a greater extent. Now that the Serene Shores trading hidden operatives have begun to move, the Qian clan has become our front. Sir can use the cover of Qian clan steward to move about. This here is the token of the Qian clan. Sir needs just place a trace of soul inside. Juefan looked at it then said, Serene Shores trading's roots run deep. I see. You sure came prepared. Ha ha ha, sir, peace is there to prepare for war. And to have our big clients attended to, we need to have assurances. The old chairman had seen these times coming and had arranged for countermeasures. Because Bailey Jingwei had acted with such speed, it allowed our company to deal with it. The man sighed and cupped his hands. Sir, we will have a supply transport ready 5 days from now to the North Sea. All the sects along the way will inspect the convoy. And while the token helps, every inspection will compare it with a report they have on the transport from the Qian clan to verify your identity. As such, I will have to ask that you give us a name so we can make you a true member of the Qian clan in northern lands. Juefan frowned as he pondered, with all the lands going against the central area, maybe even Shangguan clan and western lands men will show up. It's best I avoid the usual names. And since it's the Qian clan, then I'll take on their name. Qian Fan, no Fan. Smiley face, first Fan is from his name, while the second means annoying, vexing. Qian is money. The man's brow shook and chuckled. Sir is truly refined, treating money like dirt. No one will ever dislike Qian Fan, ha ha ha. The others laughed along. Juefan nodded. True, sometimes more money means more trouble, ha ha ha. Xiaoer, still inside the poor shop, had waited for so long and was bored to death, looking around the place though there wasn't anything particularly of interest to the average man. While Xiaoer, who was seeing the world for the first time, found everything a curiosity, Xiaoer lit up as she stared at a purple mask of an eagle. Finding it familiar and interesting, she was a bird as well. Thus the eagle mask struck her fancy. Her hands reached out for it out of her control, but then another dainty hand grabbed it first. Shopkeeper, I want this one. Xiaoer flinched and followed the mask as it was taken by a fair young lady looking it over. That's mine. Xiaoer didn't know what to say, just that the mask was something she was fond of and now it felt like someone stole it from her. The woman raised an eyebrow and turned in the child's direction, and big adorable eyes greeted her. Little girl, just because you said it, it's yours? Do you have money for it? What is money? So no then, he. Seeing the child so confused, the woman had a wide smile as she flourishly took out 10 sacred stones on the table and teased. I'm buying it. It's mine now. Xiaoer, still confused, looked at the stones then at the mask with longing and hope. Xiaoer had no clue what those were, having just come out into the world, but the shopkeeper did all too well. Using 10 sacred stones over some boring old mask is such a show-off. The average sect disciple, even venerable at that, would never swagger to such an extent. Those who spent money like water were the imperial family. But with the might of the sects in northern lands, the imperial families were controlled like it was done in western lands. Throwing away sacred stones was the common trend, but one tended to give sacred stones a second thought. And just like the other two lands, there were moneybags and wastrels everywhere. But with northern lands on lockdown, who'd be dumb enough to come all the way here to waste their money? As for its three allies, their teams had settled on the North Sea's shore, and certainly not here. That could only mean this person was from the Sword Star Empire. Gnashing his teeth, the old man felt rage having guessed her identity. But then he sighed, letting all the frustration seep out and make way for calmness. "Miss, don't you think it's disgraceful to fight with a child over a simple mask? What's it to you? I like fighting, humph." Jutting out her chin, the woman taunted with a raised eyebrow. "I'm paying anyway, and it's only natural it's mine. Don't tell me that even 10 sacred stones aren't enough for a measly mask." The old man shook his head and straightened his back. "This mask is made of the plumage of a first-level spiritual beast, scarlet beak eagle, valued at. Don't start me with the price. How much could some first-level spiritual beast's feathers be worth anyway?" The woman warned. The old man shook his head. 30 spirit stones. "Miss, 10 sacred stones is beyond excessive. More for you then. Take it as a reward." The woman huffed and held her head high as she snickered at Xiaoer. "Girlie, I've never lost a fight in my life, he. Xiaoer frowned, wiggled her cute nose and stuck out her lip. It only worked to drive the woman's joy higher, pinching those little cheeks. "Little baby, once I'm done with it, I'll give it to you, if we ever meet again. If not, oh, why not come with me?" "Miss, are you now a slaver?" the old man mocked. "You're just too pig-headed. Not everything in the world can be done with stubbornness alone, just because you want them only to throw them away later when bored. A truly cherished item will never be thrown away. And I don't feel like selling my items to someone who can't even value them. Take back your sacred stones and leave the mask. I'm giving it to the child." The old man put on a cold face as he pushed away the sacred stones. Xiaoer perked up. "Taking the mask, this is mine. He gave it to me." The woman was faster in getting to the mask first, as her hand darted ahead of Xiaoer's small hand. She then turned a dark look to the old man with eyes shining with murder. "Money for goods, that's how it's always been. Never has there been anyone who could take stuff from me. Old fool, do you have a death wish?" "Always you say, humph. More like throwing money for something that caught your eye only to throw it away when you find it boring." The old man met her glare and jeered. "I believe if it had a soul, it would never choose to go with you, miss. It would rather have nothing to do with the likes of you." The woman's piercing glare never left the old man. "There's something else you're hinting at. Just who are you?" Chapter 982, Frigid Rain Sword King. Chapter 982, Frigid Rain Sword King. Proofreader, Papatonks. A seller who had his heart broken when master threw him away. The old man lamented, then derided. "Miss, besides buying goods, there's still the matter of will to lead to a smooth trade. I, however, am unwilling to sell it to you no matter how much money you give me. So just leave it and go." The woman's face fell while Xiaoer was getting anxious. "Let me have it. He gave it to me and won't sell it to you." "Yeah, he won't sell it. What a shame. What I want, I buy, even if he doesn't want to." With cold bloodthirst shining in her eyes and a sinister smile, she released her power to pin the old man on the wall. The woman's hand oozed sword energy, her tone deadly. "Old fool, I'm no dealer and certainly not here to bargain. I don't care who you are, but you're going to pay for defying me, humph." The woman flicked her hand and a sword flew out. The old man couldn't even blink in the face of such mighty power. Stuck there on the wall, he knew this was going to happen from the start, choosing now to welcome the death he knew would come. He had been ever loyal to Serene Shores Trading. To voice the wrong on the chairman, He dared to spit in the other's face, and now, he was bold enough to give up his life for the bond between master and servant. He had let go of everything and was ready to pass on. "Stop!" A shout came from the dark corridor, followed by a calm voice. "Miss, you can kill all you want, but try to do it outside Sea Bright City, lest you'd want to have all eyes on all of us." The woman smirked, looking at the dark corridor's entrance with mockery. "You think I care? Miss doesn't care about all but one man's opinion." Joafan walked out of the shadows, his tone flat. "The man doesn't want Miss to make trouble or it will earn his ire." "And over what, a shabby mask? Ha ha ha." The woman's brow shook and winced. Her heart sank and mulled things over before withdrawing her aura. The old man slumped from the wall and gasped for his life. He was ready to die, but anyone alive was happy to have come out of that with his life. Still staring hard at Joafan, the woman squinted and clenched her fists as she growled. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" "I don't." Joafan shook his head and bowed. "I am but a steward of the Chien clan of Northern Lands, Chien Fan. This frail store is in my clan's care, and I hope Miss will be forgiving, ha ha ha." The woman stared hard. "Chien clan? One of the 3 great merchants?" "Yes." "Lies." The woman spat. "Merchants only care for money, always weighing gains and losses. You think they'd haggle with me over some run-down shop like this? And by the looks of you and your impassive face, you're not just anyone either, to not twitch under my killing intent. There's no way a tiny Chien clan would have someone like you as its steward. Who the hell are you?" Joafan gave a slight bow with a wide smile. "Thank you for the praise, miss. As for who I am, there's no need to ask, just how there's no need for me to ask who Miss is. In short, I'm of no threat to Miss, and if Miss doesn't see me as an enemy, we can each go our own way. There's plenty of road for the both of us to never intersect, ha ha ha. But you already know who I am." The woman was confused how someone just popped up that had leverage on her. Who was he? "How can I trust you mean no harm to us without declaring who you are?" Joafan shrugged. "Do I really know?" "Ha ha ha, miss, you're jumping the gun here. I only feel like Miss shouldn't make a scene, that's all. Miss needn't look into me as well. Being able to tell your identity shows you needn't know any more, that any probing will be fruitless and would only bring more problems than solutions." "Is that a threat? A warning?" With an insufferable grin plastered on his face, Joafan's eyes held a sharp glint. "If you'd go to Western Lands, you'd come to realize the world is vast and that there are people above you still. That no one can avoid certain calamities. Caution is always prized in life, lest the slightest mishap might bring it all down. Growing overconfident helps no one." The woman's frown shook, her eyes bewildered. "Western Lands. You're that?" The woman gasped and grimaced at the sudden realization. Joafan's mouth curled, playing the mystery card. "Miss doesn't need to say it, just know it. It's best we each go our own way and not throw everything into chaos." The woman felt conflicted, but then huffed and left in a rush. "Wait." Joafan held out his hand with a smile. "May Miss be so kind as to return my daughter's mask?" Pausing, the woman shot Xiaoer a look then scoffed. "Your daughter, ha ha ha. Someone as average as you actually has such a pretty and adorable daughter? The heavens must be blind. Ha ha ha, there's nothing strange about it. Her mother takes all the credit. Enough with the smugness. Letting you off is already kind enough on my part. Don't ever think you'll get the stuff that I have my eye on." The woman snorted and refused. Joafan said, "Then I don't have a choice. Among practitioners, the more friends the more options you have. Since Miss insists on making a scene, if anything happens and an investigation starts because of you, that man. You say we should go our own way, but you're clearly butting in our own side. It's not us doing it, but you who is provoking it." Joafan's cold stare was fixed on her. "Miss, I am just like you, unable to let go of what catches my eye, even if it's a dime or pin. The same goes for my daughter. What sets us apart, however, is that I have no such thing as the empathy or consciousness holding me back from making trouble over it, unlike Miss here. The woman's face shook and growled as she flicked her hand in rage, throwing the mask at Joafan. You haven't heard the last of me. The woman left with that threat hanging as she stormed out the door. Joafan's creepy grin surfaced as he caught it, giving it to the hopeful and happy Chiaour by his side. Sir has such valor to talk that which into giving up. I am in awe. The old man bowed before Joafan in gratitude. Joafan smiled. You know who she is? From the central area. The old man's fading eyes shook as he sighed. Intel says mighty experts have invaded northern lands, 10 imperial princes and Invincible sword leading 5 sword kings. Among the 9 sword kings, the only woman is Frigid Rain sword king, Baliu. Joafan nodded. Exactly her. Then how did young master manage to scare her away? Fear of consequences. Joafan said. She fears one man only, Invincible sword Baliutian. They have invaded northern lands yet didn't show themselves because Baliutian demanded it of them to be subtle. All this wait is for the perfect moment to strike. It's safe to say that any disturbance they cause beforehand will earn his wrath. So I figured she was more afraid of him than being pig-headed. That's why I did not fear her at all. The old man mulled his words and nodded. Why then did she return the mask? She could have. Fear again. Joafan smiled. Baliutian won't take anything short of victory in this operation, but now they have someone butting in their business, haha. Whoever brought about this disaster is bound to be subjected to Baliutian's rage. But who could hinder them when they have such power? Have you heard of the matters in Western lands? Joafan looked aside at him. Your company's intelligence should know that Bailey Jingwei had men looking into me in Western lands and should know of the terrible event. Devil Mountain. Precisely. Joafan nodded with a glint in his eyes. Devil Mountain is too much of an unknown while showing unprecedented strength. It caused the 9 sword kings and even Invincible sword to be weary. Humans fear the unknown, so I hinted I'm from Devil Mountain. The stronger I appear, the weaker they feel. Since she knew next to nothing of me, she feared doing anything that might cause trouble. Maybe Devil Mountain is nothing, but on the off chance that it is, their plan would be foiled, and who would Invincible sword take it out on? Ha ha ha, that means any that get Devil Mountain's attention is one poor devil. This is one liability she could not afford to have. Chapter 983, I Wish to Meet. Chapter 983, I Wish to Meet. Proofreader, Papatonks. The old man twirled his beard, and took his time running his words through his mind before saying to Joafan, Sir is truly outstanding, such insight into the enemy after one look. I had no idea what second young master saw in Sir to trust you so, but now I do. Second young master's vision is without equal. Ha ha ha, there's no need for that. You make it sound like he got me on board. Joafan emphasized on his leading position in all of this. The old man paused, then nodded. Yes, we are your loyal servants, sir. But I do have one doubt. Does Sir come from that Devil Mountain? Devil Mountain. Joafan's eyes shook as if from fear, but then he showed a smile as he turned to the hopeful old man. Do you believe there's such a thing in the world? Startled, the old man hesitated before shaking his head. It is because I do not know with how wide the world is that I ask Sir to clarify. Truth may become a lie as lies can turn to truth. The absence of something does not disprove or prove its existence. Joafan's eyes shone and laughed to himself. It doesn't matter if such a thing exists, only that the people believe in it. In case it doesn't exist now, nothing stops it from coming into being later, right? Ha ha ha. The old man's face twitched and his eyes widened all of a sudden, looking at Joafan with even more respect. He gave a deep blow filled with awe. Sir is godlike, setting up such a huge stage, pulling officials, emperors and beggars alike. But if the name proves to be false? Isn't your company's motto not to look into people? Let it become real with time. Xuefan grinned. The old man understood and looked grateful. Their comeback had just received godly help. No, this mystery man's help Xuefan had given Serene Shores Trading a second chance, only coming by now and then to show them the way, to fight for public opinion since he wanted a power that went from corner to corner of the world. He couldn't let everything in second young master's care. Wu Randong was only a guide, while the real leader of the company was a man with talent and vision. Making his name known and showcasing his skills was one of the many steps he had to take to make it so. Walking towards a giddy Chiaoer playing with her new mask, Xuefan left with her. The old man had been bowing all this time, proclaiming his endless respect. The same guard once again popped up as they exited the shop and said with courtesy, "Sir, I have arranged a place for you to stay. Please follow me." He led Xuefan and Chiaoer to their room, where they cultivated in peace as they waited the 5 days to pass. In a quiet groove, deep and hidden, with not a trace of sunlight gracing the ground, the coldness grew thicker, seeping into one's bones. It was in this freezing place that a dozen or so men sat on the damp ground. Their leader was an old man with sharp eyes and a powerful spirit. The 4 people closest to him were Bailey's 4 sword kings. And behind them were 10 youngsters, with the crown prince leading the other princes of the imperial family. They had come along with their patriarch and sword kings to learn on this journey and grow, to continue the legacy of the strongest clan. Whoosh! A beautiful woman suddenly appeared in their sight, then started flicking her hand in anger and kicking her feet before plopping next to the 4 sword kings with a deep breath to begin mediation. "How can you cultivate with such a restless mind?" Bailey Yutian spoke, opening his eyes. "Yu, what happened? Is there any news from Jingwei?" The others looked over as well, with Bali Yulei frowning and chiding Bali Yu. "Yu, what's the problem exactly to be so pissed? You're disturbing Patriarch's meditation. Have you found something that bodes ill for us?" "Forgive me, Patriarch, I didn't mean it." She stood and bowed to Bailey Yutian in fear, watching from the corner of her eye for any movement from him. His face remained impassive, like a tranquil lake. Bailey Yutian stood up at last and spoke without looking at her. "Speak first, then you can apologize. You know I hate it the most when people start throwing tantrums like a bunch of children. Don't even act like this again without any reason when I'm around." "I won't." Bali Yu hurriedly bowed. "Per Patriarch's order, I went to check the area and found nothing strange. Prime Minister has yet to move, but—" "What?" "On my way back I met someone." Bali Yu's tone lowered as she hesitated. Bailey Yulei frowned and interjected. "Someone? Who? Does he have something to do with us? What makes you so restless that you can't calm down?" I only just met him, but he appears to be from Devil Mountain." "Devil Mountain? The mystery sect from Western lands?" Bali Yu was tense as she uttered, only for Bailey Yulei to suddenly cry out, "The information we got from Western lands say that Devil Mountain's lord is so strong that may rival Patriarch, and making the Western lands' strongest experts sit back while he destroyed 5 sects without so much as a warning. How can someone from Devil Mountain just appear in Northern lands? Patriarch, we're not only facing the 4 Lands Alliance but also this unknown power." Bailey Yutian's features shifted a bit, then he spoke coldly. "Yulei, did you just say Devil Mountain's lord can match me?" No, never. He can't be up to Patriarch's level, but he is far stronger than a sword king." Bailey Yulei shuddered when he noticed his leader's focus. He knew practitioners never liked to be compared and rushed to explain. Bailey Yutian chuckled, his eyes cold. "Yulei, haven't I already told you? You don't have to walk on pins and needles around me and just say it like it is. According to the people in Western lands, Devil Mountain's lord, Overlord 9 Serenities, has long since outgrown heaven in power. There's no need to be so cautious around me. Being better or lower than me, humph. Nothing but wasted words. Have you even seen him?" "Oh, right, Patriarch. We never saw him, and not many from Western lands saw him either. With how the rumors circulate, they must be inflated. Wiping the cold sweat off his brow, Bailey Ulay gave a dry laughter. Patriarch knows not to trust hearsay, not when they get embellished every time they're passed on. Maybe this is Western Land's plan, to intimidate us. Maybe Devil Mountain doesn't even exist, nor is there such an expert. Bailey Utian nodded. Yes, while such a possibility does exist, there are many who seek fame and fortune. The world does not lack people with insidious minds. This may be the Western Land's plan. Being subtle about creating Devil Mountain out of nothing to scare me and keep the peace for a moment longer. Patriarch is right. But this man of Devil Mountain really exists. Bailey Ulay praised the old man, but then Bailey Utian switched topics. This means that this isn't a scheme, since the crux of this ineffable mystery is being vague and undecipherable. With the coming of a disciple, that can only mean the Devil Mountain exists. I would like to meet him. Patriarch, you want to meet him? Bailey Ulay cried in shock. Bailey Utian nodded and his eyes shone. I have never lost once in my long life as cultivator and have been in a bitter search for a worthy opponent. Now that this ephemeral person appeared, I am excited. I hope that before the war starts to see his disciple and test him. That's a good idea, ha ha ha. Bailey Utian laughed and turned to Bali Yuyu. Yuyu, tell me everything about your meeting with me. I need to assess him. Chapter 984. No Holds Barred. Chapter 984. No Holds Barred. Proofreader, Papatonks. Yes, Patriarch. At his orders, Bailey Utian bowed at once and recounted everything. Bailey Utian squinted. Yuyu, you're a peak Genesis stage expert, even with demonic treasures hiding your true cultivation, but the moment you released your bloodthirst, the kids saw through your strength and your identity. Yet despite all that, a third-layer radiant stage pup feared you not, using his persuasive words to retreat, without even the mask. What a rare spirit he has. Humph, I had to listen to Patriarch's warning, or I'd have long since removed his head from his shoulder for you. A loss is a loss, no excuses. Bailey Yuyu raised her hands in anger, but Bailey Utian snapped at her. That man has skill to grasp your weakness and leverage it. It's you at fault for not hiding it well and lost without a doubt. Accept it and not throw a tantrum at me like a teenager. You're a sword king, so act like one. Bailey Yuyu's face shook as she took a deep breath and bowed deeply, though the grudge only festered inside her. Still Bailey Utian nodded. Yuyu, tomorrow you'll go spy on the kid and gauge his reaction. I want to see how Devil Mountain's disciple compares to our Bailey clan's disciples. Spy, that's it. Yes. Bailey Utian's eyes flashed. And I'll even allow you to kill this time, no holds barred. Bailey Yuyu lit up in excitement. Thank you so much, Patriarch. Let's see that punk be cocky again. But Bailey Utian barged into her joyous occasion. The only one you're not to target in your killing spree is Devil Mountain's disciple. Bailey Yuyu shuddered. But Patriarch, you first tell me I can kill and now you say not him. Then what? I want to test him, not to kill him. Bailey Utian took a deep breath, regarding the heavens, like master, like disciple. I want to see just how the Devil Mountain's disciple is compared to our clans. Would he still keep a straight face with a mad witch out for blood hot on his heels? Ha ha ha, this'll make for a great test. Bailey Yuyu's heart twitched. Patriarch, I thought I'm a sword king you yourself entitled. How come I'm suddenly a mad witch? Show some respect at least. Bailey Utian didn't give a damn. Grinning to himself, Bailey Ulay frowned. Patriarch, with Yuyu wreaking havoc in northern lands, it will bring the war closer. Then Jingwei's deployment. It's fine. Bailey Utian cut him off. Jingwei is the prime minister and values the empire's victory. While I am only out to find a worthy opponent, to learn from and understand the world, even better to grasp greater strength. Any that stand in my way, even the empire's interests, are to step aside, understand? They all shuddered on the inside and bowed. Yes, Patriarch. With business out of the way, now it's time for personal issues. Pa. Bailey Yutien turned icy once more and snapped his hand as he glared at Baliu. A violent and strong force struck her, spun her around 3 times before slamming into the ground with a crunch and bleeding from the mouth. Bailey Yulei started. Patriarch. I asked her to scout, yet she went to a thrift shop? Humph, women are so fickle. Bailey Yutien's tone was as cold as his glare. 1,000 lashes ought to set her straight. Yulei, you'll be enforcing the punishment, then have her go on with her task. Yes. They all bowed without a choice, with Baliu not even making a comment. Despite the swollen cheek, Bailey Yutien returned to his seat, with others rushing to do the same. Bailey Yulei sighed and took Baliu behind the trees, and sharp cracks split the air. 1,000 lashes later, Bailey Yutien staggered over with sweat marring her features while blood seeped from her lacerated back. She, however, pushed through the pain, gnashing her teeth and bowing to Bailey Yutien before flying to her mission. Bailey Yulei clenched the whip in his hand, sighing as he returned to his seat. 5 days later, the Qian caravan was ready. Zhuofan, the fake steward, took the lead of the carriages drawn by 3rd-level spiritual beasts while escorted by 15 guards, the same 15 he saw back in that dark room. With a shout, the spiritual beasts roared and pulled the heavy transports in a mad dash, while the people sat inside where it was warm and there was wine, though something felt off for some reason. They kept feeling a chill creeping up their spine now and then. Looking outside with vigilance, they noticed a cold woman following from behind with an eerie grin that had them shiver. Sir, why does that woman keep staring at us? Pulling Zhuofan over to the window, the guard pointed her out. Our transport is secretive in the northern lands, so how come we have a tail? Zhuofan smiled. It's fine, just one of the 9 sword kings, Baliu of the central area. Last time we had a bit of a standoff, so now she just came to scare us. The man almost spat blood from fright. Baliu? And it doesn't matter if she's tailing us? Bro, you sure have a big heart. The others' faces twitched as they watched Zhuofan with shock. Never in their wildest dreams did they think a sword king was on their tail. What made it worse? The new boss doesn't even care. Is this idiocy or valor? Anyone else would have wet their pants hearing a sword king is onto them. Zhuofan grinned and rubbed Xiaoer's head. Xiaoer giggled, having caught his look, and mocked, Why are you scared? She'd never touch us anyway, or she'd have done it 5 days ago. Dad got her seething with rage, yet still had her give back my mask. If not then certainly not now, so relax. You had an argument with her back then? Everyone cried out and looked stumped before bowing in respect. Sir, is truly amazing to have even a sword king back off. We are in awe. Now we know why second young master wanted to follow Sir. Zhuofan gave a light wave. Please, you should be thanking Bailey Yutien. It was he who set her restrictions so that the 9 sword kings can't move without his say-so. Boom! The sudden explosion coming from behind shook the carriage, rumbled the earth, and scared the spiritual beasts. The 3rd-level spiritual beasts went wild at the sudden noise, bucking and throwing the bindings off it. The carriage began to wobble under Zhuofan and the others' feet and showed signs of toppling soon. They burst outside, and the sudden view had them in shock. Everywhere they looked, the previously snowy and beautiful painting of nature was now scorched black with holes everywhere. Of the 5 carriage, the last one was nowhere to be seen, not even the 5 3rd-level spiritual beasts pulling it. One could only take a wild guess, from the blackened earth, that they were pulverized in the blast. Everyone's face twitched, and the knees softened under them from fright. One turned to Zhuofan and whined, Sir, didn't you say she wouldn't? Yeah, 5 days ago she didn't attack, so why now? Zhuofan was calm. The old coot had let her loose, it seems. Humph, but to what extent? That is the question. Chapter 985, Testing. Chapter 985, Testing. Proofreader, Papatonks. Whoosh! A cold figure landed just 100 meters from Juofan's group with a cold smirk. Everyone turned to jelly at the sight of this vile witch, staggering backward. Only Juofan not just stood his ground, but walked closer, with an ineffable smile. "Miss, we meet again. How've you been? Good, I hope." "Humph, keep your slick words to yourself." Bali Yuyu had a crooked grin, mocking. "Kid, didn't you say I wouldn't touch you? Just watch me. I made sure to destroy your goods and kill your men. Now it's your turn, ha ha ha." Bali Yuyu's cackle chilled the others to the bone, while Juofan's smile never faltered, slowly shaking his head as he walked even closer. "Miss, it was I who offended you. The others have nothing to do with this. Why take it out on the innocents instead of me?" "Innocent? Humph, no one around you is innocent." Bali Yuyu huffed, feeling playful. "Since you care so much about them, I'll leave you for last while I wring the life of every last one of them in front of you. It's your fault they will die, their sin for working with you." Juofan sighed. "Do you have to? Involving bystanders in another's disputes is never the way. Here I am, right in front of you, so if you're going to kill someone, kill me. At least I will be the first to die before them." "Humph, not everything goes your way. The more you want to sacrifice yourself and ease your crimes, the more I want to save you for last and let them die in front of you, because of you. I'll have regret eat you up inside before I move on to you. This is what you get for pissing me off." Bali Yuyu growled as she glared at Juofan, who kept coming closer. "Weren't you from that place? Weren't you tough? Why can't you even save a few lives?" "It's not that I can't, but that I never considered it." Juofan had reached Bali Yuyu at this point, just a meter between them, as his vague smile grew wider. "Miss, did you hurt your face, perchance? That would just not do for a pretty thing like you, miss. You should be using your Yuan Qi to patch it up and not waste time on something as vapid as reaping live." Juofan reached out, going after Bali Yuyu's swollen and red cheek. Bali Yuyu jumped back and shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" "Healing you, miss, since it's too much for you to do it yourself." Juofan grinned, his raised hand glowing green and oozing vitality. "Such a scratch means nothing with Miss Cultivation. Healed in a blink. But to keep it like this, despite how it looks, I'll have to do it myself so that your leader won't have anything to reproach." Bali Yuyu growled and her brows shook. "Keep your hand to yourself. This is Patriarch's punishment. Only he gets to decide when this is healed, and certainly not you." "Am I to assume then that it's also your Patriarch who egged you to attack us? Is Patriarch letting you kill now?" Juofan smiled. Bali Yuyu gave a cold smirk. "Damn right, there's nothing holding me back. Your luck has run out." "Did Patriarch have you kill me as well?" Juofan shouted. Bali Yuyu jerked, needing a moment before sporting a sinister smile. "Right again, kid. Just wait till I kill you." "Is that so?" Juofan beamed, shaking his head, having gotten his answer. Bali Yuyu covered it well, but the split second in demeanor change was enough to betray the truth. Bailey Yutian did tell her to go on a murder spree, but to an extent. The old coot wants to test me, or better yet, test Devil Mountain's disciples and Overlord 9 Serenities. Ha ha ha, thanks, Devil Mountain, you're finally living up to your fake name by reeling in the strongest in mortal domain. That means that even the 9 Sword Kings will need his explicit approval before touching anyone from Devil Mountain. I must say, the name sure has its uses." Grinning with confidence, Juofan's eyes shone with insight. Bali Yuyu, the great and revered Sword King, was overcome by a very bad feeling, one laced with fear. Juofan was too much of an unknown that robbed her of all confidence. Bali Yuyu grew enraged, unable to accept his ridiculing smug smile. "What are you smiling at? You don't believe I can kill?" "Oh, I believe all right. You most certainly have it in you to kill me. That's why I'm here, before you, at your tender mercy." Juofan gave a dismissive wave and resumed walking towards Bali Yuyu. They were so close now they could practically touch. Even their breath felt warm on the other. Despite the cold weather, Baliyu flushed red and jumped back again, putting some distance between them and panicking. "Jay, just what are you doing?" "Coming before Miss, ready to be captured and presenting my neck." Zhuofan raised a taunting eyebrow. "Why, does Miss hate it that I completely understand my powerless situation and accept it?" Baliyu's lips shook as she saw Zhuofan's bright and insufferable smile. With a red face and blank mind, she was a mighty sword king from the Central Area's Sword Star Empire. Anyone and everyone, almost, would have to scrape and bow at her feet, worship her even. Then how come someone would be so daring and infringing on her personal space with playful smiles? Baliyu lost her mind, pointing at Zhuofan. "Stay right there. Don't come any closer. Humph, don't think I'm going to let you off so easily. I'll be sure to torture you and let you have a taste of real horrors as I kill your men, one every day. Who knows when your turn will come as you wallow in despair." Baliyu no longer looked at Zhuofan and vanished, only the footprint in snow bore testament that a graceful and vicious woman had been here. Zhuofan shook his head and walked back to the others. "People, look at the carriages. We're moving on." None moved, too dumbstruck to react. Their eyes were filled with nothing but respect and awe. "What's wrong with you? Get to work already." Zhuofan frowned and shouted at them. They gave a silly giggle, yet in no rush to do their jobs. "Sir, were you just flirting with Frigid Rain Sword King? You're so awesome, to even do it with a bloodthirsty witch." Bam! Zhuofan smacked them on the spot. "Cut the senseless chatter. I was only testing her limits." "And did you find them?" "Of course." Zhuofan grinned. "That broad got free rein from Baliyutian to start killing, but the only one who she can't touch is me. I gave her ample reasons and occasions to end me then and there, but she never went for it. While she was leaning on excuses, those weren't her style. With how petty and quick to anger she was back in the store, there's no way she'd gathered the patience necessary to toy with me for so long. So I've nothing to worry about her going after my life, and can keep going." The others sighed, relieved. Zhuofan blinked at them. "That's only valid for me alone. You all aren't included. Why then are you so at ease? Be careful not to get her to waste you." "You're wrong there, sir." One guard chuckled in joy. "Since she won't touch you, then we'll be safe as long as we stay close to you. That's why from now on we'll eat together, sleep together and ride together. I hope sir won't mind it, hee. Zhuofan frowned then nodded. "Sharp guy. That's a good plan with a high success rate. Though if we want to get rid of her for good, we need a large ruckus and force the man behind her to come negotiate. It's not good to always be reactive to the other's actions and under constant watch." "The man behind her?" the men exclaimed. "Sir means to." Zhuofan gave a resolute nod with a cold smile. "Sooner or later we'll meet the best in the lands. So we'll use this chance to get a feel of him, ha ha ha." Chapter 986, Sun Sea Sect. Chapter 986, Sun Sea Sect. Proofreader, Papatonks. You lost. The 4 carriages were soon repaired, their beasts tied to them, and rushed through the snowstorm. However, unbeknownst to them, Invincible Sword Baliyutian stood upon a peak a kilometer away, witnessing the entire event with a long sigh. The 4 sword kings stood behind him with dark looks. Baliyutian glanced at them and spoke. "Even with the strength of a sword king, she still lost. Do you know why?" The 4 hung their heads, having no reply, their faces showing only deference and respect as they waited for the patriarch to enlighten them. "Crown Prince, what do you kids think?" Baliyutian turned to the 10 youths at the back after some hesitation. Crown Prince immediately bowed. "Patriarch, Frigid Rain Sword King has stepped forward and has free rein, but in my eyes, she appears to be the one to lose. Just like how Devil Mountain appears to have lost yet didn't. Frigid Rain Sword King was too reliant on raw power and disregarded the mind games one can use, giving the opponent the upper hand and pushing her back by grasping her weakness. The problem with Sword Kings is that they are all brawn and no brains, like they're at the top of the world. They aren't aware that on the battlefield, nothing is black and white, in constant change and complex. You're wrong, Crown Prince. Bailey Yulei interjected before Bailey Yutian could reply. This world is all about survival of the fittest. The strong don't need convoluted plans. Eagles fell their prey in one swoop, tigers catch their quarry in one pounce. There's no room for hesitation. Only mice scurry around unseen for food and sparrows look for seeds with caution. The art of war and all the tactics used in the army are all based on winning against a stronger opponent. While retreat is always advisable against someone beyond your abilities, but all these schemes and tactics show is that the user is weak, uncertain of their own strength. Yu is a sword king with hardly any in this world to match her. She has no need to think hard if someone would be out to get her through some master plan. Only people like you, Crown Prince, having not reached your full potential, would resort to such sophistry. How can you understand the pride of a sword king, of wielding the power to be on top? The reason why she ended up losing to a kid's slick words is because, Bailey Yulei spoke with disdain and scorn as he chided the young future emperor. It took a long time in his speech to realize he had gone out of line, sweat soaking his brow, and fists clenched. Crown Prince just stared at him with a smile as he dug himself into a hole. Bailey Yutian spoke. What? You don't mean to say that I've been holding you back, do you? Is that why Yu couldn't attack? So that means her loss is my fault? Patriarch, that's not what I mean. Bailey Yulei rushed into a bow, shivering and taking blame. He was only a sword king, and had no right to hold the Patriarch accountable for anything. His conceited speech was him running his mouth, letting his overblown pride get the best of him and shift the blame on his boss. He had basically dug his own grave. Crown Prince smiled in ridicule. Thunder Sword King, it seems to me you're not quite at the top, ha ha ha. Bailey Yulei's face twisted in rage as he glared, but that was it, waiting for Patriarch's decision. Quiet, all of you. Bailey Yutian gave an annoying wave, watching Zhuofan leave. None of your answers touched on the essence. Be it smarts or bronze, it all comes down to valor, to having the attitude of the strong. Without a brave heart, no amount of cunning and strength matter. Anyone else would have been scared witless by Yu's sword, even affecting those that appeared calm. While the kid fought back and took initiative. Nothing would have come of it if he didn't have courage. Also, I didn't let Yu attack and she really didn't. Humph, damn spineless coward. She won't get far in understanding the Tao, not after she couldn't even muster the nerve to challenge my authority. Having always been looming over her, she has no way forward. Stopped at this level, they all shook, with Bailey Yulei anxiously saying, Patriarch, you're saying disobeying you would have been better. Yes, it would, but she would die then. Bailey Yutian's eyes glinted with coldness. He vanished from his spot, leaving the others confused. What's that supposed to mean, Patriarch? Even if you let us walk our own path, we can't escape your control or we'll be dead. Crown Prince paused and gave a wry smile. Invincible sword is the only one in the world. He flew away after Patriarch, the others even more confused and conflicted. Zhuofan's caravan had been marching for 3 days, looking out the window now and then, picking up Baliyu's cold smile, watching them from afar and giving all but him and his daughter the chills. Sir, the witch keeps following us like a leech. I know you're certain she won't touch you, but who knows if it'll stay like this? One guard asked Zhuofan for advice. How is Sir going to solve this crisis? Zhuofan's eyes shone and smiled. Nothing to it, since it's almost time. For what? Our first stop of our trading caravan, Sea Sect. He picked his teacup from the radiator and sipped the all looked clueless. Is Sir planning on hiding there? Nah, can't be. Sea Sect was one of Northern Land's 5 sects, but far beneath even one sword king. They can never protect us. They were so quick to close their doors when news of 9 sword kings came around. There's no way they'll shield a merchant. They couldn't make any sense of his words, but Juefan was in no rush to explain, giving an ineffable smile as he looked out the window. In 4 hours, before a snow valley, the 4 carriages halted. Juefan and the dozen guards stepped out and bowed to the guard outside the valley. The Chien clan caravan is here. I ask Senior of Sun Sea Sect to let us pass. Here is my clan's token. The guard took out his own token, identical to Juefan's, and threw it behind it, vanished into thin air. Coming back only 15 minutes later, the space then warped, and the valley had an icy road form in the middle. The guard gave Juefan a look and nodded. Everyone got in the 4 carriages and entered the strange domain. There was another ripple in the air, and the icy road vanished behind them, returning to be a plain snow valley. Whoosh! Bali Yu flashed not far away, glaring haughtily. Humph, want to hide in Sun Sea Sect, is it? Then I'll be waiting right here. The first to come out will be the first to taste my blade. Let's see you keep your calm then, brat. Juefan's carriage just entered and 50 men in the Soul Harmony stage surrounded them with wary looks. The leader was a shifty middle-aged man in white with split mustache to make him look cunning. No need to worry, everyone, just the usual trade caravan. Please present your tokens to assess your identities as Chien clansmen. Oh, Executive Chow, who else would we be? We've been doing this route for many times now, he. One guard laughed while giving his token to a disciple. Executive Chow nodded. Oh, Guard Wu, I sure recognize you, having been here many times, but it has been tense lately and it doesn't hurt to be cautious. He gave a look to the men around him and started checking the token signatures with the user to see if no rat slipped and everything checked out, following Juefan's turn as he bowed and presented a jade slip. Executive Chow. Here is the caravan roster. I am Chien Fan, Chien clan's steward. Juefan gave a weird smirk. Chapter 987. Lamb to the Slaughter. Chapter 987. Lamb to the Slaughter. Proofreader, Papatonks. Frowning, the executive said, Chien Fan? How come I never heard of the Chien clan having someone like you? Cha, I've always been working out in the field, and only recently came back at clan head's orders due to these tense times. Executive Chow, it's natural to not know me. Juefan spoke without any inflection in his voice, while also hinting that the executive hands were tied no matter how suspicious he might be. This is my daughter. I didn't feel at peace leaving her alone at home, so I've taken her along. I hope Executive doesn't mind if she isn't on the list. Juefan called Xiao over as a shield, which helped curb Chow's suspicions. What kind of a spy would bring their daughter to work? She'd only get in the way. A shame he had no clue this cute and adorable girl was anything but harmless. Executive Chow nodded. I believe you, but business is business and we must follow protocol in ascertaining every member, ha. Executive Chow gestured and one of his men brought Juefan's token over and whispered in his ear before sending him off. Chow turned from his man to Juefan, saying, since coming out of the field, does Sir know about the 5 sects tightening their guard ever since Central Area's operations in our homeland? The names and auras of main figures from major clans have all been included for inspection. In a few minutes we will have confirmation, sir. I only ask for a moment of your time. Executive Chow scanned Juefan for the slightest twitch, to find anything that might give him away. Juefan was aware of his attempt from the start, and Serene Shores Trading made sure everything would check out when they set up his token. He had no doubt in his mind there would be no problems whatsoever. I knew this when I returned. Thank you for your care, Executive Chow. Juefan smiled. Executive Chow blinked and gave a dry smile. With all his attempts at getting a rise out of the other coming out false, he was now pretty convinced Juefan was who he claimed. Soon, his man was back with an answer and the badge. Executive, the Chien clan list does indeed contain such a steward among them, while the aura checks out as well. Oh, then why wasn't I aware of this? Executive Chow asked. The man continued. Northern Lands has many rare items that the many clans sell to all kinds of regions for a bigger profit by sending their people there. With how dark times are upon us, They all recalled their men and each clan has updated their roster. Over the last few days many clans sent their new list every couple of days, with the Qian clan sending their updated one just 5 days ago. I see, it was just a misunderstanding, ha ha ha. Executive Chow confidently nodded at Zhuofan's identity and smiled. Steward Qian, please don't mind it. It's just a precaution. Zhuofan had no reason to panic, not when everything was foolproof. It's all for the safety of northern lands, haha. Oh, can now Executive Chow inspect the goods? We still have many drops to make. Sure, not a problem. Executive Chow took a jade slip, placing his trace on it as a receipt, then took Zhuofan's token and then marked it into the same jade slip to mark Qian Fan as the receiver. This worked to solidify Zhuofan's new persona, with not just Qian clan vouching for him, but Sun Sea Sect as well. Taking this proof with him would make the rest of the journey smooth sailing, with each stop adding their own vouching for his identity and sealing his status in the northern lands while making it all the much easier to go to the North Seas. Shore northern lands went through such a hassle every single time to root out any central area spy that might get any ideas. Sure, a bit of luck might get one past a checkpoint, but what about the many more that followed? Once you got past all these thorough inspections, without any slip-up, there would hardly be any more resistance for any, even those from the Sword Star Empire. All, however, were oblivious of the Sword Star Empire, never able to take this approach, while the dead, serene shores trading could easily do it with their connections throughout the lands. This was a faction that was under Zhuofan's control. It was bound to become the fifth faction joining this conflict among the lands, without anyone noticing as it lurked and grew from the shadows. With the stamp of approval, Zhuofan had the men unload Sun Sea Sect's goods, then, left with the carriages, hold up. A sudden loud voice intervened with their departure. Steward Qian, the goods are off. Executive Chow had an odd look. Why are there half of the usual items? Zhuofan put on a pained face and sighed as he pulled the executive over. Executive Chow, I ask that you help a brother out and keep this matter hidden. I'll be sure to give the rest on the return trip. Just what happened? Executive Chow got curious. Zhuofan sighed longer this time. Truth be told, the carriage with your great sect's other half of goods got struck down by a Central Area's agent. You met with a Central Area agent? Executive Chow cried out, but Zhuofan was fast in covering his mouth with a panicked look. Executive Chow, Brother Chow, keep your voice down. Clan head might get wind that I failed in guarding the goods and he'll skin me. What am I supposed to do? Of the promised goods, only half arrived. Not so loud. Making a shushing gesture, Zhuofan spoke fast. I told you, I'll give the rest when I make a round trip. Your sect doesn't need them right now anyway, and you can store them away. Then I'll come back with the rest, and with a little bit extra to repay the favor. Executive Chow frowned hard and shook his head. No, this is too important. The amount is too great and I'll take the fall once it's checked. There's no reason for me to take such an unwarranted risk. Fine, I'll do you one better, but you have to cover for me. Zhuofan gnashed his teeth and hesitated before looking pained. That agent is right behind us, meant to target our wares. He first ruined half your goods, and having gotten a taste of destruction, he still followed us, biding his time for the perfect chance to destroy some more. So I plan on capturing him. You know as well as I do what a grand achievement a captured enemy spy will look on your record, especially in these dark times. So I'll share the merit with you. We'll both capture him, and I'll not only be pardoned for my loss of goods, but even rewarded for such a feat. The clan would hail me a hero. Executive Chow pinched his mustache, calculating, will it be that easy to get him? When he ruined our carriage, not even my dozen men could circle him with how fast he moved. Zhuofan shook his head with a frown. Executive Chow eased a long breath and cursed. Since you can't catch him, then don't waste more men over him. All right, just go, but keep in mind to come back with the rest of the supplies, or I'll take it up with the Chien clan. Hey, you're not capturing him. Of course not, our job is to guard the sect, not catch spies for you. Executive Chow waved impatiently. Get going already. The other sect is waiting for your goods. We can't be lax one moment in tense times like these. Be careful on the road. Open up the barrier and let them leave. Yes, sir. Zhuofan gave him a long look and shook his head. He went inside a carriage with his men while whining. I say, irking someone is easier than walking. This rotten sect sure is laid back to not even want such a huge achievement. Humph. Executive Chow huffed and put on a straight face like he wasn't there. Once Zhuofan's caravan was off, Executive Chow gestured and called for 50 soul harmony experts. You guys will be following the caravan. Capture anyone that is sneaking behind it, and make sure to bring them back alive. Got that? Yes, Executive Chow. The men nodded. Despite their confusion, Zhuofan grinned to himself in the carriage. Lighten up. The lambs are out of their pen and straight into the wolf's mouth. Once the witch gets her fill, she'll ignore us. Quiet days await us, boys, ha ha ha. The others gave Zhuofan a curious look as he stretched in his seat, looking mighty comfortable. Chapter 988, Sheepies vs. Wolf. Chapter 988, Sheepies vs. Wolf. Proofreader, Papatonks. Passing the first stop, Zhuofan's caravan continued through the snowstorm, which covered their heavy tracks as fast as they made them. Though even in this weather, one woman with cruel eyes had no trouble following the carriages even in their mad dash through the white desolation. Rotten punk, let me send you off with a bang and a gift, easing you of the burden of one more carriage, a couple of spiritual beasts and the extra mouths to feed. Humph, Bali Yu pointed her fingers, readying her sword art with vile intentions. Whoosh. Dozens of men in black landed right in front of her before she could finish the attack. They all regarded her with mockery as they released their mighty auras, showing their obvious intent to take her down. Startled, Bali Yu frowned. And who are you people? You have some nerve blocking my view. Ha ha ha. A tiny central area spy thinks that she can just go around northern lands blowing things up like she wishes? Now she's even asking why? You must be blind as a bat, ha ha ha. A tall and muscled man stepped forward, sticking out his shredded chest and being cocky on the peak soul harmony stage cultivation. He showcased as he jeered along his buddies. Brothers, talk. I don't think I've ever seen a dumber spy than her. She just goes wherever, ignoring her surroundings, to make a scene and actually asks who we are. Now isn't that rich? So what do you guys think? Should we educate her better, or? A sword energy was released the next second, running him through. He jerked once and stopped, frozen with bug eyes in disbelief. A stronger wind blew over, making his vision split in two, collapsing on the ground in two pieces. His insides were a charred mess, with all the blood evaporated and his soul pulverized. Senior brother. SSS. The other gasped in fright and shock. They turned to Bali Yu with fear, suddenly feeling sorry for themselves. Who the hell is this wench? Couldn't a dozen soul harmony experts scare her off? Why the discrepancy? And there were 50 men here, yet she just offed the strongest of our brothers. Executive Chow even wants her alive. God damn frickin' piece of garbage, you expect us to capture that? It's a miracle if we survive. Everyone looked pained at the icy Bali Yu, their knees turned to jelly, their minds constantly cursing and only wanting to flee for their lives. This was supposed to be an easy job of spy capturing, so why did it turn into us going to the slaughter? What normal spy out there even has such ridiculous power? Tucking her hair behind her ear, Bali Yu regarded her prey with deadly charm. I gave you the chance to state your names, but you went on with your incessant prattling, boring me of ever wanting to find out. So I think turning you into nameless graves would be a better fit for you, ha ha ha. Whoosh. Bali Yu flicked her hand and a loud boom sounded, submerging the 50-strong soul harmony experts in the snowstorm and then removing them from this earth, leaving behind not even a drop of blood as proof of their existence. Boom. The string of explosions caught up to Joafan's carriage, shaking it. The guards looked out the window to see where the shakes came from with gawking faces. Sir, just what's happening out there to make such shock waves? The wolf flipped and had a bonfire for her lambs. Just ignore it and let's go. Leaning on his chair, Joafan closed his eyes with a weird grin. The others shared a glance, shrugged, and the caravan rumbled forward. While they put this event out of their minds, members of the Sea Sect couldn't. More like they had no choice, not with how critical it was. Executive Chow stood before the sect entrance, smug and awfully overconfident in his success. Share merit with a merchant? As if. The moment he heard Joafan talk about this, his mind was made up on taking the credit of capturing a Central Area spy all to himself. He never once stopped to think that maybe this was all within Joafan's expectations, which of course it was. Joafan had no intent of giving him further info. He only passed on the troubles to this eager scapegoat so perfectly that if the whole operation went south, there was no one to take the blame other than himself. And by the sound and looks of it, the suffering had only just begun. Executive Chow. A frantic and desperate shout came from a disciple he had just sent, scrambling over to the ever-confident and prideful executive. Executive Chow chuckled and waved dismissively. Did you get him? Ha ha ha, it must be one hell of a fish to get you so excited, ha ha ha. Where is he? That is not, the guy was such a mess, shaking and stuttering in fear. Executive Chow was annoyed. Well, which one is it? Spit it out. Executive Chow, the fish is beyond big, but what? Too big for us to handle. With a bitter look, the guy found it hard to speak. Senior brother and the others, they had the woman surrounded, but when it came time to capture her, she turned out to be so savage as to wipe everyone out. I had been watching from afar, in hiding, before I ran back here. Executive Chow, what do we do now? Executive Chow panicked. Did you say they're all dead? I don't believe it. These are soul harmony experts we're talking about here, with the strongest at the peak even. How can they all just die like that? Wasn't she surrounded by a dozen soul harmony merchants then she ran off? Executive, might Sir have the wrong information? The witch is too strong to be chased away. In fact, we couldn't run away even if we wanted to. The man sobbed. Executive Chow was dumbstruck, but soon it dawned on him. I don't have any way of explaining the loss of 50 soul harmony experts. I won't be getting this great merit either. I can only go find Elderly. Yes, he. Executive Chow mumbled while frantically dashing for the sect, his mind unhinged. A wizened old man sat on a couch in a lavish room, Executive Chow at his side. Executive Chow, your greed has made you lose 50 experts. And now that you can't handle the responsibility, you came to me? The old man mocked him, wiping his brow. Executive Chow gave a strained laughter as he bowed. Elderly is so sharp. I was only thinking of grabbing a spy and didn't want to bother Elder. Once the spy was captured, of course it was a merit to Elderly, thanks to your leadership. I could never take all the credit, ha ha ha. Quite the nice way of putting it, but things have become messy. Are you expecting me to clean up after you? Elderly mocked with a sharp glint in his eyes, seeing the bobbing head of Executive Chow. Only a Genesis stage expert can kill 50 soul harmony experts so fast. Guard, summon 50 Genesis stage experts at once and seize this spy, alive. Since there's a spy, we should at least find out what she knows. Yes, sir. Hurried steps sounded outside. Elderly turned to Executive Chow. Little Chow, you owe me big for this. You know as well as I do how reckless endangerment as well as losing 50 soul harmony experts is punished. I am now sending others to catch her and make up for your losses, saying they died in the line of duty. With such a heavy loss and nothing to show for it, you'll suffer worse than in hell. Thank you so much, elderly, for your help. I will never forget your kindness. Executive Chow bowed and simpered. His mind, however, painted a different image, one of rage. I not only lost a great chance at merit, but even ended up in debt. God damn it. Qian Fan, you call that information? Nothing about it was accurate. Executive Chow was filled with rancor, but squeezed a bright smile instead, a painfully hard one at that. Elderly stood next to him, like a parent protecting his child. Alas, any kind of superiority, he felt here, was about to be squashed, pulverized and splattered by flubbing, sending Sheepies once again to catch the savage wolf. Thump. Heavy footsteps rushed over and barged into the room, the Genesis stage expert having no time for common courtesy as he watched the two men with fear and horror. Elderly, this is bad, real bad. The 50 Genesis experts you sent are all dead. What? Elderly gasped in shock, his jaw hitting the floor. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.